Layer 5 folder. Layer 5.
Hey, stream. We didn't do it.
I
Wanted to
did.
get that out of the way.
I did, though. It was me.
Hey,
He is
stream.
the DM
Bug Dad did
for
it.
tonight, so it's very possible.
I would have gotten away with it, too.
Is that bad for you meddling kids?
For you meddling adventurers. Alright, cool. Who amongst you wishes to give us a bit of a recap?
I wish to, but
You wish to?
my brain doesn't work.
Bruh.
Sorry. I
You
take
can't say you wish to.
Do you take convoluted, everybody work together recaps?
Seeing as how there's no mechanical benefit to doing recap, I just like doing it to jog your guys' memories. Fucking be my guest.
Because I only remember parts, but I don't remember specific details because I'm bad with names, and
I got you.
very bad
Where
at
we
taking
started
notes.
is always where I struggle.
Yeah, so we started in the tower where we took a long rest, woke up, and instead of going up, Dirt informed us to go down because there is an exit. So we went down, avoided taking uppage damage, but we came out, we found a giant metal like sentry that was very scary looking. We avoided that somehow. Kept
okay.
making our way in the frozen tundra here.
Hold on.
Found Feig.
Notice an important detail there with the sentry. Someone's patron stole the sentry.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
and then
let's-
wiped y'all's memories.
I don't have to go that far into it.
Oh wait, sorry. What sentry?
Exactly.
yeah, no, see, it's fine, it's fine.
You guys keep talking about this robot, and I don't. You're
You're
starting to worry me more than usual.
I'm right here, goddammit.
Yeah,
Not
what are you talking about?
but
The big guy's
also
right
maybe
there.
you.
And then we found,
Mhm.
We did a lot of trekking through cold,
Yeah.
traversing
fun
frozen
thing.
terrain.
Yep, the fun thing about Layer 5 is it is surprisingly open and vast.
We
and
fought a
very cold.
graboid, I mean a white worm.
Those 3 puppies you guys actually fought a couple sessions
Listen,
ago.
those were-
You guys fought a worm
Hours.
last session.
Yeah, we fought a graboid, I mean a white worm.
We fought a baby
Yeah.
worm, a baby frost worm.
Before we got jumped by the worm, we got attacked by the dude up top. Who shot Dirt in the shoulder.
Got a giant
Dirt
arrow
and
in your
Digit also
shoulder.
got eaten by
I
the
say
worm
we-
last session.
That's
Dirt got attacked by the
true.
dude up top.
Yeah, Dirt got a fucking, like, spear-sized arrow lodged into his shoulder.
Dirt and Digit both lived out the horror of being eaten.
Yeah. So he directed us to the cave. That's where we found the graboid that.
You were warned
interesting
about there
fight.
being a worm in there.
the last
Yes.
war.
Evangeline just starts saying, "It's Vig!" Wait, how do I know that name?
Yeah, Dirt got shot by the new Vig.
Like
First,
Frost
I
Vig.
wasn't gonna hurt you. You already hurt us.
Oh no, he had every
some-
intention of wounding you. Like,
After some resting there in the cave, after we cleared out, killed its resident, we set out, and then it was, I believe, a little bit more freezing before we saw a person. We didn't know who it was at the time. I believe Evangeline noticed that they were like their actual shape, and
yeah, I
Dirt
think
just
Evangeline
held
was
up
the
to
only one that
something.
noticed it was the same person that you guys had encountered before.
yeah.
But they were running off in a certain direction.
And we decided to follow because our only clue towards anything here was them. So there might have been some freezing happening along the way.
Just a little bit. You guys made a decision to push through.
You'll have your work cut out for you
there
so long
being
as I'm
shelter.
around to remind these
You're
kids
like,
of the
"Fuck
good
it.
old days.
We
Trust
keep
me."
going, else we might lose them.
Shut it!
Yeah. There's some fear
What
of
was
losing
that
the
for?
trail
Mind
and
your own
not
damn
being able to find
business.
them again.
Fear and
Although,
loathing in the
Settle
mall.
those hormones.
upon having a week's rest, we could have just waited and started walking that general direction. They would have found us, but we didn't know that at the time. So, we start to get closer to the settlement,
Hormones, Mr.
where it
Roid
looks like
Rage.
what was it, a large gate or something?
Massive wall, basically, with like
Yeah.
a very bright light behind it. You couldn't tell
And then-
still can't tell exactly what that light is, but
And then they surround us, a bunch of interesting people with interesting guns and interesting companions.
Oh yeah, you guys also fucking encountered the much bigger version of the ice worm too.
Ah, true. Believe Esteban saw that one.
Saw it
Sounded
dive
really
down into
big
the
word
ground and
means
saw a
something.
massive splash of water.
We had to surrender our weapons
Yep.
again.
You guys got surrounded by more of that individual type of person thing. And they were like, "Hey, what's up, guys? Give us your weapons." Okay, thanks.
And they all had neat little robotic companions.
Yeah, they got robo companions of various shapes and sizes, and all carrying bow guns aimed
This
straight
would
at
be
you
the
guys.
cult.
Is this the cult? No, we just all believe. Yeah, this is the cult.
Yeah. And we ended session at us being marched towards the area while at gunpoint and devoid of our weapons.
Devoid of your weapons, at gunpoint, and horribly outnumbered.
And freezing.
And freezing. A very optimal situation for your guys' party.
Yeah.
So I'm experiencing some technical issues.
Oh?
For whatever reason, Foundry is telling me I don't have hardware acceleration enabled and is lagging like crazy.
Do you have hardware acceleration
It
enabled?
is indeed enabled.
Have you tried completely exiting out of your browser and launching it again?
Let me do that again.
Bless you? I thought I heard a sneeze somewhere.
That's
Ellie in the...
Oh, okay. I was like, I know I heard a sneeze from someone.
Hello? Hello?
Smash my knee.
I could also try restarting the session. I don't know if that would do anything, though.
Well, let me see how this works out. That did it.
Good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Just in time for me to load you guys somewhere else. But yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. You guys got it. Yeah, you guys have been probably getting escorted by these individuals. If you guys have been asking them questions, outside of when they initially told you to give us your weapons, please, K, thanks, they ceased speaking with you guys afterwards. Not the most hospitable individuals, at least upon this initial engagement. And you're being escorted to this, like, massive stone wall. The closer you get to it, the more you start to kind of notice that the stone here is... Well, it gives you kind of a bad feeling. Like, it gives you a similar uncomfortableness as when you would look at, like, certain stone structures higher up in the mall. It's not like overwhelming like those structures, but there's like a outside of like just the fact that you are being escorted sort of hostilely um towards a walled in area. Um it's outside of that like general uncomfortableness, there's a little bit of unease just from like I don't like this in many capacities.
I always wondered what it was like to go to prison.
Yeah. So you do see that the closer you kind of get to this wall, it's also like completely, like mostly, there's chips of it falling apart. You see rather large, like stone slash like metal kind of spikes kind of near the top, like aimed outwards, like it's meant to keep something out.
Oh, cool.
As well as, and I don't have it on this map because I was kind of determining whether or not I wanted to, but I do want to, so the map will get updated later. You also see upon this wall, you see larger versions, essentially, of the bow guns that your escorts are wielding. They look like a mixture between a ballista and a cannon. Much larger, like city defense / siege weaponry level size. Those are also aimed outwards. The light that you guys were seeing before kind of comes into a bit better focus. Instead of it just being kind of hard to define off in a distance, you see a rather sizable golden beam kind of reach the ceiling of this layer. And looking at the beam, you get the nice, like, little kind of, it helps to fend off a bit of the unease when you look at it. So this is a very emotionally confusing place. The architecture makes you feel not very happy. The beam, though, gives you, like, this is a safe place vibes. So whether or not that safe place is aimed for you guys or not, you don't quite know yet. So, with that said, I will go ahead and activate it. It's not a very big map. Like I said, I will have more maps ready for you guys next time. This week has just been mostly me being sick, so the energy to make more maps has not been there. But I will wub you guys over to this entrance. There's my drink.
Oh, yeah. I do up.
I've rode up. So, you guys... Oh, actually, I'm going to reset Fog of War because I was using a certain Warforged as a test subject earlier. I forgot to do that. There we go.
Oh, it was ordered. I couldn't see.
Oh, you couldn't?
anything.
I didn't know. I didn't know if it was token specific or not.
Yeah,
That is good to know.
I still just see the wall here and then nothing.
Yeah, because I wandered you all through the like up here and stuff. So, anyways, so again, well, I don't have it on this picture. Again, things will get updated. But what you see before you is a rather large gate. So your escorts will just keep going, dragging you guys along with them.
This is what the members of my old kobold clan used to experience before they were executed and sacrificed.
They'll stop right about here and talk to the two guys posted. And a couple of them will go, we have some no faces down here. We're going to take a couple of them off to the facility, while the rest will be... We're going to bring them inside just enough to where they can at least warm up a bit. But we don't plan on taking them any further in until they have all been cleared. Hello, the guards. The guards posted at the gate will both nod. One will walk over to what looks to be a blank piece of wall for you guys, but takes off his one of his gloves, and those of you who wish, go ahead and give me a perception check. Because these guys have been completely covered in equipment this entire time.
Starting out strong, I see.
Hell yeah, Digit.
We're back here.
Let me confirm.
What's up, Dirt?
Let me confirm a thing real quick.
We're doing.
Yeah, we're doing.
Yeah.
My
you're
passive
doing-
is higher than my roll by 6.
Oh,
Love it.
Yeah. Not to mention Dirt. It doesn't really matter. You got a 10 anyways. It would have been with disadvantage any who's it's. Because of your exhaustion.
I
but-
actually have point of exhaustion by now.
Yeah. Regardless, Varaxis and Evangeline, you will notice the moment he takes off his glove, you see a kind of a palish blue ooze-like tendril emerge from that spot where the glove was, and it kind of spears into into somewhere on the wall, and you hear a click, and the wall begins to the gate begins to slowly open. After that process begins, puts back on the glove, turns back around, and goes, "They are welcome to come inside." They continue to hold on to your weapons, and the doors begin to open, and they will bring you guys inside as the doors begin to unlock. Two of them will kind of just post up right here in the middle area. As you guys continue to walk through, you realize that this wall is extremely thick, and the bad feelings continue to kind of, as you look at the rest of the buildings here, that you kind of start to see. One, you don't see an end to it. You see large cobblestone, brick streets, multi-story buildings, that all give you just the uncomfortable feeling. Hostile architecture is the best way I could probably describe it. None of it looks meant for people. No windows, no nice wooden doors. The brickwork looks like maybe when it was originally built, looks like it might have been good solid brickwork, is kind of decaying, slowly turning into dust. The buildings look still like they could still withstand pretty much anything. Still looks sturdy. None of it looks like it's been cared for aesthetically. If something was destroyed and whoever maintains it determined, that's just to make it look pretty, not worth my time. It's kind of the whole vibe for the state of disrepair of these buildings. Lights are not frequent. Any lights that you do see, though, are the like purple, like crystal lights. And I don't have the interior of these buildings, but a couple of you guys are going to get escorted to one building, while the rest of you will be escorted to the other.
Okay.
We will go with the smaller group first. This guard right here will look to you, Dirt, as well as you, Digit. And if Digit, if you're still in the basket, they'll kind of look at you guys, go and like, "Oh, perfect. It's already a package deal."
Am I still in the basket? Of course I'm in the basket.
Yeah, this guard right here will gesture you, Dirt, and you, Digit, to come over to this building. Just for the purposes of getting you guys out of line of sight. Like I said, this is like a rough draft of this building. So enjoy the emptiness. In you go.
Get in the void. Do it now.
Void you go.
Digit's stuck in the door.
They will, yeah, he will go in with you guys. The door will shut. He will lock it. And we will keep you guys there for a second. Well, the rest of you, you three, he will look and like, all right, don't worry about them. They will be fine. We don't have any plans, at least currently, to hurt them. You three will come with me. We have beds and such for you to rest on while we start to figure out exactly why you're here. However, the most volatile one, specifically your Warforged companion, he is going to determine whether or not the rest of you get to stay here, or whether or not we kick you all back out into the wastes. We'll proceed to open up this door and gesture for all three of you guys to go in there.
Kind of step
Contrary to what the ridiculously empty building says, in here are some like very again, non-human, non-people accommodating furniture. He will also lock the door and stay near the door. None of it looks very comfortable. It is still at least like beds, and like there is a mattress. But if you go to like sit on one, it is uncomfortable to say the least. One of you guys used the word earlier. This feels like prison right now. They're not like beating you guys up or like mistreating you terribly bad. Obviously not very comfortable. This is not, none of you guys feel like you're probably in a very good situation. But the one with you three will just continue to go. When he hears that question, he'll go, "Well, anytime we have interacted with Warforged, it has been coming from below, and they have all been rogues. We have to determine whether or not he is a rogue, and if he is not, and his intentions are pure, there should be no problems. We understand that this is probably not the most comfortable situation. However, let's just say we have had a lot of very poor experiences with Warforged.
The bed kind of reminds me of home.
In the fact that one fits the design philosophy of the other rogues, we have to make sure. And seeing as how he is with you all, it's sort of a package deal.
Guys, I'm getting kidnapped.
Rexus
You
will just
ain't
hop
bitchin'.
up on one of the beds.
Yep.
Bed feels honestly like home. right before they execute you.
Well, we wouldn't execute you. We would just kick you back outside of the city.
Yeah,
But
we were
seeing,
regularly sacrificed.
yeah, he just goes. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who is saying it, there is only one entrance into the lower layers, and it is within the city walls. So, the only way for you to be able to even attempt to try to go down will be getting cleared. So, we would kick you out of the city, and you would be welcome to return to where you came from. And we would make sure to not shoot you on sight. Unless your friend is considered rogue, he would be executed. The rest of you would be considered innocent. This is more along the lines of, well, then there's nothing to fear. Though I am curious as to the rest of you. Only one of you, your kind, I actually recognize. He looks to you, Evangeline. And he goes, I have only ever seen one Dragonborn. Or was it two? I don't remember. But I've at least recognized one of you. The small furry creature I have never seen before looks at you, Esteban. Never seen anything like you. And the small Dragonborn, I didn't know they got that small.
Some of them get shrunk in the maw, some of them get stretched. It's weird.
I'm actually a kobold.
I see. Well, if you are all cleared, there's many other questions we will probably have, not in an interrogation scenario, mind you. But we do have an archivist that is responsible for an accumulation of knowledge. And any more knowledge that we can have of surface dwellers will help in making processes like this a bit smoother in the future. But unfortunately,
customs in the mall.
unfortunately for the lot of you, though, you came with a warforged, and that sort of puts a bit of a target on your back. So,
I'm already a target.
why is that, if you don't mind me asking?
Ah, that's a convoluted story, but I used to be a
give it a lot of time.
paladin, kind of by force, to a specific dragon goddess who is not a good person. And now I have left that person and went to Knoll. So she she sent people to kill me. At least once now.
If you don't mind me asking, what is a goddess?
So it's kind of like a religion thing, so she's a giant dragon with multiple heads.
Oh, like this one? Oh, multiple heads. I've never seen a dragonborn with multiple heads.
Yeah, it's this one's actually like winged dragon. Normally they don't have more than one head, but Tiamat's different.
Is this one we need to be watching out for?
I don't think she can necessarily get here because she sends other agents in to come after us. I don't think she'd be able to leave.
He is going to do a history check to see if he remembers a specific piece of information. Okay. He thinks for a second and he goes, would that have anything to do with a dragonborn that found themselves a long time ago, was walking around with a strange mask? don't quite know how to describe it, but while we may not have souls, it did not give me a good feeling. It was draconic, but didn't quite know exactly what it was. Is that the goddess that you mentioned?
Uh, did the mask have multiple different colored faces?
It was one face, but it was red. Yes, it was a. It looked like the head of a dragonborn, but it was like a crimson red. And the ones that were with that dragonborn, it was they tried not to touch it very often. In fact, the dragonborn, every time he looked at it, seemed like he was fighting off something. Like in his head. We kept a lot of close eyes on him.
Would I have known anything about this?
Go ahead and give me a religion check with advantage.
Ooh, boy.
So you may not know anything about this specifically. Yeah, you can too. Yours is going to be just straight though. Albatross, just regular religion check. We'll go with Varaxis first while you roll that. That was a little better. So Varaxis, you may not know exactly what this mask entails. You do remember that a long time ago, before like your whole little like kobold colony was created, as far as you're aware, at least. You remember there was a plot a long time ago to bring Tiamat out of her prison. You think you heard something about like offerings and masks and stuff, but you just know that that plan never really came to fruition. You don't quite know exactly why. You just know, like, I mean, even if you didn't know whether or not the ritual succeeded, obviously Tiamat is still within her prison in the Nine Hells. So, something did not work. Evangeline, with your 16, you kind of get the same information. You're able to piece together a bit, not about the history of what could have happened. You just know that from what you have read from old texts, any sort of chromatic, like, mask that fits the description of how this individual described it, are typically ways to channel Tiamat in certain ways. And with it being just red, there were probably other masks. There were probably keys for something. The fact that there's one here, or that there was one here, take that information as you will. So,
I mean, I don't vividly remember the masks, but I know that they were part of something a long time ago. Actually, before my entire sect of kobolds was started. They were trying to, I think they were trying to free Tiamat from her
this
prison.
goddess you're talking about is in prison?
Yeah, for probably everyone's best interests, I'll be honest.
Interesting.
Were she freed, she would most likely destroy the entire world as we know it.
Well, if she is imprisoned and she isn't good, then it's a good thing that she is in prison, no?
Yeah. but it still doesn't stop her influence, unfortunately.
Eh, no, possibly not. Or not even I. Most of us aren't very qualified to make any further comments on the matter. The archivist would probably have a better idea. They have a lot more access to histories outside of the city. But we have our hands full enough as it is. So, thinking about gods, goddesses, that religion thing you were talking about, there isn't much room for that here. So, however you do this religion thing, you'll probably not find a method to do it, at least within the city limits. There isn't much support for it.
I don't have anything special for mine.
Well, for now, questions being as they are, I probably shouldn't answer many others. The rest of you seem to be decent enough, but... kind of perks up at hearing whispering. I'm gonna give him a perception check. See if he notices, because while he is talking like kind of offhandedly and casually, you could tell that he's not, one, he hasn't lowered his weapon at all. Like it's lowered in the way that it's not aimed at you guys, but it's like low ready. It's, if you guys start some shit, it's aimed almost immediately. He does not quite pick up on what you guys are whispering. All right. So while you guys are having prison small talk, the poor bastards that have been brought into the fun cube, we're gonna go over to you guys now.
Hey man,
So
still better than being out in the snow.
I don't like how you called it the fun cube.
the fun cube. Yes, the fun cube. You're gonna have a blast in here.
Fun box. Oh, fun box.
Um,
One square and dark.
So
He
in
said
fact,
blast,
actually,
didn't you? Blast.
let me just go ahead and do a couple more of these guys.
Smacks his crystal.
Get you pushed over here real quick. There's a number of other individuals here that I just hadn't brought in quite yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and describe this room because obviously nothing in here currently exists. This is your mind cube. In a way, actually. You don't see it immediately. There's actually going to be 2 rooms in here. In fact, actually, I will go ahead and do a super basic bitch. Right about here. And right about here. Okay. So the floating door, that is locked now. So the area that you're in initially almost looks like a barracks. You see a few bowguns kind of mounted up on a like a rack. You see one of the entities, individuals, however you want to describe them, people, are kind of posted up in areas that let them keep an eye on pretty much everything in the room that they are responsible for. They weirdly, even in here, even in what you could imagine is some sort of barracks or even jail, however you want to interpret it. Typically in like people places, if there's people, like humans, even in something like a jail cell, there's like a table or like some sort of chair or literally anything that would imply relaxation. There is a distinct lack of it. Not even for the people who they are supposed to be here normally. They don't when they're doing their thing, kind of either they're off in the corner, keeping an eye on you guys, or keeping an eye on the door. They don't shift uncomfortably. They don't idle like in a way that like implies a large quantity of capacity for boredom. They seem pretty. Honestly, Dirt. They remind you of Warforged.
I was kind of getting that vibe.
They remind you of Warforged. However, your perception check wasn't high enough initially, so you might think that they're Warforged. In
Honestly,
fact,
with the covered in armor, yeah, that's
covered
definitely
in
what Dirk was
armor.
assuming.
Yeah, covered in armor. They don't move as like mechanically as you do, so there's something off about them, but you can't quite pin it.
I'll have you know I'm only moving mechanically because my joints are frozen.
Digit, the guard that did come with you guys is currently in possession of your rifle. In fact, actually, the moment you guys are brought in and he locks the door. In fact, when he locks the door, you look at the door, there is no keyhole. You heard a click. You just have no clue what clicked and how.
He kind of looks at him and goes, was that a little arcane lock, or is there a more complex mechanism inside the stone?"
Not quite sure exactly what you mean by arcane, but it's locked. Right now, that is all you need to know. He'll walk over to this guard right over here, hand the rifle off, and he'll go, hold on to it for now. No matter what, whether or not it is with the owner or without him, bring that rifle to the archivist. It looks like it could be very useful.
Will I get that back? It's a little delicate.
And that is dependent on your friend here.
Huh?
He looks at Dirt and goes, "What did you do?"
I don't know.
Digit, you will get scooped.
So he starts like
Yep.
like little tiny panties. He's like trying to grab at the basket. Like, wait a minute, I didn't ask for this.
You get scooped, and you are placed on the ground. Not like forcefully, like, shoved to the ground or anything. You just get, just basically like, all right, let's pick you up and put you right here. So my dog is, Bear is currently pacing back and forth at the front door. So I'm gonna go take him out real quick before there is a problem. So I'm gonna be right back like 5 minutes, if that.
Dude, my upstairs neighbors are like, there's a whole construction site going on.
Why is this McDonald's back on the ground?
They've been banging around and stomping around for hours.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen these tenants.
Yep.
But these people are, and they're fine at night. It's purely during the day where there's not much to be done about it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Some people are a bit much.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I return. Limited
Big
telepathy. What is this?
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thanks. Okay. So yeah, did you get scooped? I'm just gonna go ahead and put you switch right there. You get scooped, and the guard that's off in the corner is just like, right, you are going to stay right here. Plus, judging by your reaction, you don't want to get very far away from this rifle anyways.
Well, yeah, because if you drop it, it's dangerous.
We have dealt with much more dangerous things. And plus, it just seems... Well, we'll talk about it afterwards. Right?
He
For
just
now,
hangs
just...
there with his arms crossed.
You can give attitude as much as you want, but... It'll be staying right here. And don't move, or... Well... You don't really want to find out, do you? The guard next to you, Dirt, is going to go. It's like, all right, now that we have your strange, small, furry thing taken out of your pack, come with us. Well, actually, he just kind of pushes past you a little bit, unlocks the door, and he goes, right on in you go. Moment that happens, he shuts the door. Is locked again.
There's a lot of you. Huh. Were you guys just waiting in here already? Do you just
Yes.
stand here all day?
Correct. Well, not every day. Anytime we have a possible rogue, we need to take care of it. So, we heard about you coming from Alcanor. They go. It's like, we heard you coming from Alcanor. You warned us that there was a small group of individuals probably following him.
Hold up.
And so, you flipped yourself.
This one. Also, I need... Real quick,
So-
does anybody remember how to turn off the thing where it zooms in to whoever's talking?
Yeah, that should
Andy,
be...
here. There we go. Turn that off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, was it zooming over to them?
Yes. I was like, stop that.
Cool. So, yeah, that just goes like, we heard mention of a Warforged, so we prepared. And funny you mentioned an
Wait.
interrogation chair earlier.
So you aren't Warforged?
What? No.
Oh. So that's just cool armor. Okay.
I suppose, thank you. You're strangely polite for a possible rogue. Sit into the chair,
I
please.
still say I'm not a rogue. I haven't done much sneaking ever. The armor kind of says no to that.
He's not amused by your possible attempt at a joke, or just your general confusion.
I was gonna say, it's not an attempt at a joke. Dirt hears rogue and he thinks
Yeah.
rogues are like Esteban, right? The sneaky people.
No. Well, sometimes, but no. All right. Going to ask you questions. You will answer them truthfully. Right. He looks over at the other guard and he goes, "Go ahead." Kind of presses a stone that's in the wall, and as you begin to sit in this chair, let me go ahead and describe this chair. It looks like an interrogation chair. There's some funny things on it. One, there looks to be some sort of so we'll go ahead and give you the option on if you actually decided to sit in the chair after I describe it. The chair first off has shackles around the legs and arms that are currently open. but looks to be when you sit in the chair, it will close. There is also, can't quite figure out what it is. It looks to be some sort of if Digit didn't work on almost exclusively in squirrel themed things, this would almost look like a Digit contraption, except a lot more menacing. You see, multicolored crystal is attached to, like, on the ceiling. Coming out of that crystal seems to be a couple of cords that plug into the chair. The crystals are angled in such a way that it looks like they serve a bigger purpose than just powering things. Looks like they might do something. But the colors that you will see are honestly all crystals that you have seen before. You see orange, you see blue, you see purple, fucking let's see, what else have you guys seen? Let me look at layer 3.
We've seen the red ones, we've seen the white ones, we've seen the black ones.
Yeah, let me pull up. I think it's, oh, right, I didn't actually, didn't I? Oh no, I guess I didn't. Anyways, so let me more backed up. Yeah, so which ones have you seen again? Go ahead and give those to me. You've seen red, you've seen orange, you've seen purple.
We've seen the blue, we've seen the white, we've seen the black.
Okay.
I don't know if I don't think we've seen any green ones. Maybe.
Cool.
I don't know.
That was another thing that kind of reminds you of Digit. You do see a green crystal in here. In fact, actually, it's aimed directly down. If you can call it aiming at all, the tip of the crystal is aimed down.
Great.
And the individual before you goes, there is no please, there is no polite. He just goes, sit in the chair.
Okay. Great. So not interrogation, to torture too. Lovely. Hospitable. Sits in the chair.
It will determine whether or not it could be just an interrogation. It could be torture. It really all depends. The stone plate gets pressed the moment you sit down. The moment, if you get like even a hint of doubt, you don't have enough time to react to that like second thought. The moment you get, even before you even sit down, the moment your legs get close, the shackles attach. And you kind of, if you were trying to get up, yeah, if you tried to get up, before you could even, yeah, it's just legs first, then your hands, and you start to hear a very faint hum from the chair. Go ahead.
This isn't gonna blow up or anything, right?
They do not respond. Go ahead and let me.
Y'all are worse than the statues.
Let me recall real quick. Give me just a second. Hold.
Prefer the company of the shadows.
Give me a charisma save, please.
I'm just gonna. Can I elect to just fail it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's not.
You know what this is.
He's going along with the process.
Yeah.
He's like, okay.
Yeah, you see from all of except the green crystal, you see they kind of all the various colored crystals activate, and you see a dome forms around your chair.
Cool.
Uncomfortably close. It looks like it terminates pretty much immediately around you. If you tried to get up, your foot would probably touch the barrier, etc. There is virtually no space for you to move around if you were not attached to the chair. You don't know what would happen if you interact with the barrier. You are also currently not in a state in which you could try. You are obviously welcome to make attempts to break free, but the consequences of that action would be for you to figure out. You are in no
I've
way,
already
shape, or
sat down.
form.
I'm about to try to break out.
Oh yeah, no. It's like you are in no way, shape, or form narratively forced to be in the chair. Anyways, so the moment you are attached to the chair, the guard that is currently closest to you will go, all right, now that the connection has been established, first off, who is your creator?
As far as I know, the caretaker.
Kind of pauses for a second. Opens up a side pack and grabs a small book. Opens it up, looks through it for a bit, and goes, so you're an old model then. Okay. Why are you going back down?
We're restoring all the beacons and seals.
Do you understand the purpose of the seals?
I understand. As far as I can tell, they keep something in. So the more seals that are fixed, the better for anything living.
How many seals are currently activated?
Can I roll a history check to try to have him remember?
Sure. Yeah.
I want to say,
I'd
for
say
me,
you can make the history
I
check
barely
DC
remember.
of 15. Oh
Nope.
no. You probably only you could probably only
I know of
recall
two.
the ones that you've interacted with.
Yeah.
Which yes, should be 2. Should be the one on layer
And yeah.
2 and the one in layer 4.
So there will be like 2, unless you count if the one here is active, which would make 3.
So your knowledge is limited primarily to the upper levels. All right. Next question. Why are you coming back from the surface? You were able to escape.
Don't know exactly. I
It
followed a
seems,
friend.
yeah, he just goes, it seems strange that a warforged of your make, originating primarily from the Maw, seems strange that you would make a conscious decision to go back down.
Well, in I guess escaping, I lost a lot of memories. I don't remember much of it before the surface.
Kind of hear him mumble something, rifles through his little book a little bit. Looks to you and goes, what is your primary function?
I don't have one. I was told to escape.
By who?
The caretaker. It's the only memory back then, really.
Why would someone like the caretaker tell you to escape? Seems fairly uncharacteristic from what we have understood.
From what I understand, the seals were breaking. Or weakening. I don't remember much of it.
Give me another history check. This one's going to be harder, though. DC of 20. So, there's only one way you're going to be able to get it. Okay.
Nope. Hey.
You
14.
higher, though.
Yeah,
We're just adding
look at my
10s
fours.
onto it. So even with the 14 wall, it doesn't make the check that you would need to like gain all of it. You do recall, obviously, yeah, the seals were breaking. Because the next question that he asks you, and this is why I just had you do the history check already, but he'll go, how many seals have broken? After he asks that, that's what the history check was for. You don't know quantifiably how many seals are down. You do know that from what you have gathered from other sources, that the core seal is down. And through kind of assumption, you can't obviously guarantee that you know for a fact which seals are actually broken. But you know that back when you escaped, that's a lot of shadow for there to be not broken seals. But there's only one that you know for, like, pretty much a fact. You know that there's at least one that's broken, and it's unfortunately the main one.
So there'd be probably one of the more important, if not the most important, and likely others.
So you know about the core, the central seal.
I know of it. I don't have memories of being there.
I wonder, why did the caretaker... So the caretaker asked you to leave, correct?
Yes, things weren't looking good.
Outside of escape, did he give you any other objective?
I assumed to get help.
For what?
Repairing the seals or helping him in some way. Also, above board, sir, this is hard to phrase this so I'm not lying.
You're damn right. Why do you think I'm asking these questions? You see that it kind of stops asking questions, at least for a few minutes. The entire time he is just, like, staring straight into your eyes. Like, through the visor that he's got.
I mean,
Um,
Garrett stares back. He don't blink.
Oh, yeah. He kind of just looks at you and he goes, despite being a creation of the caretaker, you are demonstrating at least exterior corruption. All of his rogues demonstrate some form of corruption, typically represented by a reddening of the eyes, or non, or even just a general lack of color in the eyes at all. You seem, again, you're a very, very old model. I have not seen anything like you in a very long time, which begs the question then, do you have a soul?
I wouldn't know that.
Well, one way to find out. He gestures to the guard off in the corner. He presses another stone plate, and the green crystal lights up. And a rather sizable shock is jolted through your body. This shock doesn't hurt, but it feels extremely uncomfortable. Like it's like having an itch under your skin.
Oh,
Scratching it
Dirt
doesn't do
have
anything.
skin.
Oh yeah. Scratching it doesn't relieve it. To kind of describe the
Have no
feeling,
mouth,
scratching
but
it
I must scream.
pretty much. You feel every one that does take you by surprise. Like, while I'm describing it in like a metaphorical way, it is also physical in a sort of way. You are a warforged. You feel things, but they're kind of numbed, if you feel it at all. You don't really feel hunger, but you remember how to cook, primarily because of your interactions with Esteban and maybe some holdovers from when you were not warforged. You feel pain, but you don't feel it in the same way that meat bags do. You feel emotions, but they're still like a little metallic, a little subdued. Not as, while you do demonstrate expressive emotions, to people who wouldn't know you, who don't know you, may misinterpret how you react as a simulation and not actual feeling, if they don't understand Warforged.
To people who do know him, they notice
People do
a
know
lot of that
they
is
notice a lot
parroting what
of
he sees others
yeah
do.
yeah, but you still, but like the feelings that you're feeling are genuine. It's just it's like you're like, I know what fear is supposed to be, and
I
I'm
know what the
feeling
reaction's
it,
supposed to be.
and I know what the reaction's supposed to be, and I am feeling it, but this isn't. Even if you don't know, you know instinctually the fear that you're feeling is not what an organic would feel. It's different in a way that even I can't like fully describe. It's basically as if everything is kind of like a it's like a copy. It's like, this is mine, but it feels off.
Like a sociopath pretending to be normal.
Kind of. Again, the feelings that you're feeling are real. It's just they sometimes don't feel real, if that makes any sense. This is all to say, while this electricity or whatever the fuck this is coursing through you, you're reminded of all of these feelings, of the sensations, of feeling heat and cold and fear and happiness and the feeling of being itchy. While this electricity is coursing through you, you feel organic again.
That'd probably be the first time he definitely breaks eye contact, look down at his hands, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And even as they're chained, he's moving his, like, turning them around, flexing the fingers and whatnot, moving things.
Now, while I failed to talk with you about it before, so I won't put you fully on the spot, when you look down, you don't see dirt. You see Vox.
Oh.
You see your original self.
Do I see full changeling Vox?
You see your true form as a changeling.
Okay, yeah. Ooh. Okey-doke.
But as you kind of start to realize what's going on, you start to remember the innate instincts of being a changeling. You kind of start to, even if it's just maybe in your head, you can't tell, but you are remembering like, oh, if I want to change like the color of my skin or change how like my hand is formed, oh, I just do it like this. It begins to feel second nature to you again. And when you're looking down, you see like as you are imagining those changes, you see like those changes happening in your vision. Um, while this electricity is coursing through you, you feel like Vox again. How that feels is it's alarming because it's been, you know, thousands of years.
I say start with like the manual breathing for a
Yeah,
second
it's
too.
actually it's like, oh my god, I have to breathe again. It's like I have to blink. I have to like do all of these organic processes that I haven't had to do for millennia. Um, it's jarring because it really is you just getting jolted back into your old body.
Thanks for
It
the body
almost
dysmorphia.
yeah, about to say, yeah, you're welcome. Because now your old body feels more foreign to you than your warforged body.
Thanks. They're
These
now both gonna feel off forever.
you're, you're welcome. Because the moment you start to get that lovely little dosage of dysmorphia, um, the electricity stops, and you are back to being dirt. And the guard kind of looks at you and goes, "All right, so your soul is still intact. That is good. There is a bit of corruption, though."
Dirt is still just looking at his hands and moving his fingers, whatnot.
um, they go, "The corruption is not very significant. It is only about, probably if we had to put it in percentages, probably anywhere between 5 to 10% of the corruption from the shadows. And judging by your, basing it off of your description of what you were told to do, with how many seals are broken down there, it is honestly surprising that you are here at all. What did the caretaker do to you?"
Whatever he did, I was able to run nonstop for a long, long time.
Yep. You recall him carving essentially like runes on your body. Just repeatedly going as like, "I'm sorry, I know this hurts, like I'm not trying to hurt you."
Oh yeah. No, he remembers. He just wasn't getting descriptive with what happened because it's not a pleasant memory.
um
And also kind of in the back of his head, fuck these guys.
yeah. He the guard will kind of go is like, "All right. One final question then. What is your attitude towards the caretaker?"
I am unsure because the caretaker that I remember seems different than the caretaker that may exist now.
Stares at you for a bit.
Ideally, if I could give him help, I would, but not if it hurts others.
Would you be prepared to kill him if he turns out to be an enemy? To them all.
I'd be prepared to defend my friends.
Kind of stops, thinks for a bit, nods at the guard that's off in the corner, presses another stone plate. The barrier dissipates and the shackles undo. And he goes,
Dirt
"You
is trying
still
to wiggle his toes.
He goes, you are no rogue. Welcome to our city.
Right.
It is refreshing to see a warforged that is not trying to rip our throats out.
Well, most of them not in the Moss. Well, okay, I can't say not all of them would try, but they're not rogues, at least, I suppose.
Any warforged we have come across here, outside of you and a small amount of others, have turned out to not be rogues. Most, as I'm sure you might have recalled, as Alcanor told us about the situation, most of us are shoot first, and sometimes not even ask questions. Just shoot if we see a
I felt
well-forged.
that.
So,
Literally felt that.
Right. Let us go talk to your furry friend. Yeah, he goes to exit. Kind of
Is
has
it
the
warmer
other
in the rest of the city?
warmer. He goes, I suppose even warforged get cold, huh? He looks down at your joints. Well, maybe
More
not
like-
in the same way.
Yeah. Less the cold, more the freezing joints. That's the issue.
Well, we don't quite need it.
Oh, I need to-
We try to do in a general, just in case we come across Dryborn, we try to keep at least a few orange crystals intact and usable. So I wouldn't be surprised if after the other person in the neighboring building is informed that all of you have been cleared, you will be given small orange crystals to keep with you, to keep you warm. Rest assured,
Very appreciated.
those have been sort of re-engineered to be not volatile.
That's also very appreciated.
So they won't explode. Right? Your furry friend. You.
He's still just kind of hanging there. He looks up.
First thing you notice, I won't describe it. Dirt. While you may be a warforged, how does Dirt look coming out of that interrogation room?
Not shaken so much as definitely lost in thought.
You look
Like,
probably a little disoriented.
Disoriented, looking at his own limbs on occasion. And maybe if the eyes do light up or dim more, depending on emotion or expression, they're dim in a
Yeah.
way that's like absent. No thoughts behind those eyes right now, really.
Ninja kind of clocks that and is like looking back and forth between the two. And he's just like,
Worry not. We have confirmed he is no rogue. As such, the rest of your group is welcome to remain within the outer limits. We're going to need some other things done before we allow you within the inner city.
well,
As The inner city is a bit more dangerous, interestingly enough. You will be getting a briefing once the rest of the party is grouped up. For now, you little one, we are going to bring you. Now, at this point, you do have a choice.
You're not gonna take me to another crazy researcher, are you?
Crazy? No.
His ears go back.
The technology that you bring in the form of this rifle is an interesting application of this specific type of crystal. It is also interesting how you even came across something like that to begin with. In fact, you are not required to come with me, but I am sure you, as a user of that rifle, probably a bit interested. You may come with me if you wish. You are not required to.
I would like to keep track of where that set goes. It's a bit important.
Oh, I was just going to show you, if you wish to, tell you what. He takes the rifle from the other guard and he will hand it back to you.
He very carefully brings it down back to his level. He's checking the housing and all the other stuff with it.
You see that it has been handled with an amount of care that you have never seen before from other people except yourself.
It's a tiny, squirrely sigh of relief.
Yeah, it's not like a care as if they're afraid of it. It's a practiced care, like they know how to handle a weapon of that kind. In fact, actually, they seem to handle it almost a little better than you do.
Well, they've got bigger hands.
He goes, right, now that you have your weapon, if you would come with me, I could show you something a bit interesting.
He cautiously follows.
Yeah, no,
he stops next to he scoops.
Okay.
I've been scooped by dirt.
If he sees that, he'll go, yeah, didn't know if you'd be wanting to come back into the chamber, but I was just going to show him a duplicate of his crystal.
And Dirt is absentmindedly just following along. With the digit in the basket.
No agency again.
Oh, poor Digit.
He gets the gun stuck in the door frame in the basket and just kind of hangs there till he gets it out.
They don't look spooked at all. They're just all right.
Just pop it out.
Yep.
Walks up.
Yep. So the first thing that catches your eye is this is the first time you have ever seen another green crystal.
Yeah, just taking the room in. His eyes are huge.
Oh yeah, no, this place looks absolutely fucking terrifying to you. You see a spooky ass chair, a bunch of crystals in the ceiling, cords going to the chair. But Dirt's intact, so that's cool.
They gave him electroshock therapy. This is why he's a little absent-minded.
Yeah, he'll just point at the green crystal and he goes, "This is the only one of its kind we have found before. And the way that we use it is not in an offensive fashion. It's sort of a... how to say it? It is a probe of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
It essentially pings off of someone's soul.
It pings off their soul?
Upon hearing that, Dirt, you're like, oh.
He looks straight at Dirt and goes, "Did they touch you in the soul with that?"
I feel mildly violated.
What's it like having your soul touched?
Mildly violating.
Only mildly, huh? And he's somewhat skittering around the chair, and he's looking at the connections and trying to fully examine.
I recommend you don't touch the cords too enthusiastically. While it won't explode, it is a bit of a pain to get those cords back in. Sometimes we trip.
As he's saying that, he turns around holding one and then just drops it.
You. We allowed you to come in here. It is my fault.
He, like,
Except
holds-
just
he
doesn't
holds
blame
his
you.
little-
He's just like, God damn it.
He holds his little paws out. He's like walking carefully around things, trying not to dislodge anything.
Yeah. Yeah. No. So basically, he continues on about that green crystal. He goes, right. It similar to your weapon. It does produce a shock of electricity, but it does not harm. It connects to, well, essentially us and gives us information. It is hard to hide the nature of your soul. And we are, well, we may not have one. We have to be very intimately familiar with the workings of a soul.
He kind of gleans that. He's like, wait, what do you mean you don't have one?
It is exactly what I have said. Waterborn are not created from a soul being grafted onto a frame, such as your companion here. Waterborn come from the maelstrom, which you will come across eventually. It is at the center of the city, within the inner city. But it will be part of your briefing. But yes, Waterborn do not have souls. We do know that Dryborn, such as yourself, do. But it is a characteristic that we were not created with. It is honestly very useful. One, don't quite exactly know what it feels like to have a soul anyway, so I don't quite know what I am missing. But ascending is very easy. The more, if it does not have a soul to grab onto, well, it doesn't do much.
They're just trying to parse this and wondering how they got the green rock to not blow up on them before he realizes he more or less purposely destabilized the crystal
But
himself.
it's like it
with a
becomes
subtle O.
it becomes the thought of like, who fucked up? Did I fuck up, or did they fuck up?
Right, it's like, what did they do? What did I do wrong?
Did I do the incorrect thing,
It's like,
or
it didn't
did
blow up
they
when I hit it on
misuse
anything? Did I just make it
Yeah, they do.
angry?
They do look at it and go, it is very interesting how you have made your crystal volatile. As such, well, you did say crazed researcher. Well, we will tell you more about the archivist here in a second. We do have a briefing we need to give.
I have one question about this archivist.
Yes, correct.
He's not a gnome or a dwarf, is he?
No, he is a waterborn.
What you keep saying waterborn and call us dryborn. I'm a squirrel.
Were you born from the water?
Not there was water involved.
We're not talking about birth. We're talking about your creation.
Listen, you asked the question.
Were you born in the water?
No, I was born in a tree. Where
As
I found,
such?
kind of like where I found this rock.
As such, dryborn. Makes it easy to classify. Right. It's your
He's
briefing.
trying to understand their thought process, and it's just like,
Dirt definitely looks
What
at it.
the
It's like,
uh,
does that make fish waterborne?
I don't know.
If you, they just go, yes, anything born in the water is waterborne, but the fish do not survive in the maelstrom.
He like scratches
know.
his head. But like, what are you actually like? What's your what is
Okay.
what race are
Walk
you?
and talk. Walk and talk.
I don't quite see how that is pertinent information.
I'm just curious. I am trying to understand. I've never seen
lost.
someone
It's locked.
Oh,
So,
there.
Umu manifests within the room.
Oh my god.
But no, he just goes, it's like, right, so, no, it doesn't, waterborne or waterborne?
Oh, you're still talking about that?
I don't quite understand why you have to make it sound more complicated than it really is.
Are there different types of waterborne? Like, if someone be taller, shorter, different
He
shapes,
did say
colors?
fish were waterborne, so maybe that's a different type.
I'm not quite sure why you're trying to make this complicated.
What if a person is born in the water?
Well, people
I'm
are
just
not
more
born
interested
in
in-
water.
But he's still like trying to wrap his head around this logic. He's 100%
Why?
overcomplicating this.
Why? Why? Why?
That's just
Sure.
it right
I've
now.
heard of
He's
birth
like
pools. Those are a thing, right?
he's so
That makes
frazzled
them
right now.
waterborne?
Right, anyways. Just,
He sees
We'll
him open
have
that. And he
you-
goes, "How did you open that?"
please go through the door.
But this is important. I need to know.
Okay, so, yeah, I opened up the other door as well, but I'll go ahead and, we're gonna go over to you three again. Just to confirm, Esteban,
Digit
you are...
climbs back in the
are you-
basket.
are you back?
Safe and comfy there.
You know,
We
honestly,
need the
I
module to just
I kind of-
stick you to me.
I kind of definitely failed to see the BRB. Esteban, are you back?
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh
And
fuck.
worrying about- Well,
God damn it.
Oh yeah, he probably would have replied to Bujay anyway. Oh well. Eventually.
Jesus Christ, I gotta fucking scroll up and read all this anyways.
Lord.
This is our back and forth telepathic chat.
Oh, I'm God. I'm gonna fucking look at this shit.
I was just
Nah.
doing that for you.
Skype call. It's my turn with the Skype call.
Oh, dude, I saw this fucking car today with a sticker on the rear window that just said, "Oh, bestie, please let me merge." It's like, what the fuck? I'll give you one guess as to what kind of car it was on.
This isn't a car.
Damn, you are sharp on it. It's not like there's a stereotype or anything around that car. It was a little red Kia Soul.
All right, let me go ahead and get.
It's either red, silver, or green. Those are the only Kia Souls I ever see. Are like red, silver, or green.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. We're definitely gonna want Esteban back because this is about to be, yay, more lore, everyone.
Is this where we learn what kind of plant he is?
Kind of plant who is?
Esteban.
Oh. No, Esteban has new problems.
This is true. He's hearing more voices.
However, he didn't hear anything that happened with Dirt. So he doesn't
Oh.
know about what has happened with the caretaker. Or what the interpretations have been. It's basically been like, you see him as the good guy. We see him as, oh my god, he's a hell of an enemy. Yeah, different points of view, different fucking...
We live in a society.
We live in a society. Hopefully everything's okay with this, the band. So how's everybody doing tonight? Doing decent? Doing aight?
Not too bad.
Hell yeah.
We had chili dogs for dinner.
Fuck yeah.
Existing is okay.
Existing is pain right now for Dirt.
The existing is confusion for Dirt.
The big dog is fighting you.
Speaking of fur babies, where's my cat?
Hi,
I need to go bother my cat.
It's been 10 minutes and I haven't bothered them.
Oh my god.
Where's my fucking cat?
You know, by the end of this campaign, I am a little terrified as to what some of my tabs are going to look like in Foundry.
You have tabs in Foundry?
Yeah.
Oh dear God. Pages upon pages.
Well, so at one point I actually began organizing my scenes, like putting them in folders depending on the layer. I have 4 folders for actors, one for enemies, one for like neutral, one for NPCs, and one for players. And then NPCs has another folder in it called generic.
Folder has a folder.
Yep, my folder has a folder. The enemies tab has an individual folder per layer. Players, you guys don't have a tab. I might make a folder for like
Jesus
companions.
Christ. How are you gonna keep up with all this?
How am I gonna keep up with all of it? Luckily,
Yeah.
it's all in folders.
It's too much. My brain would
dying.
never.
Do you need to take a break or something? We could take like a break for if you need to take care of something real quick.
I'm done harassing my cat.
We'll all get punched.
Do what?
Oh.
Because we are about to do a bunch of like lore stuff, so okay.
Please don't die.
Try not to die. Nobody's good to us dead.
Oh no.
Hey, Anakin.
I'll tell you what, Albie, that question is the exact same thing I dart at my girlfriend.
Oh no!
Oh man.
Fuck. You gonna be okay? Like, if you're in pain, man, like, I don't mind, like, putting this on hold for next time. Like, it's no big deal. Okay. Alrighty. Cool. So, yeah, you 3 that were in the little prison cell, essentially. you guys notice that the guard had at one point had actually stepped out of the building, locked the door behind him before he had done that. Took a probably a bit longer than you guys would like, but eventually the door unlocks, and the guard that was with you guys says, "All right, your friend has been cleared. You will be allowed to go through the outer limits as you please. But before that, there are some things you need to understand about this city. And Alcanor will be the one to inform you. So if you would please come outside with us." It's kind of just, oh, my God, Foundry, chill. Yeah, this guard would just be like, "If you will all please come outside with us, and Alcanor will sort of fill all of you in." Those of you who are outside, give me, well, no, let's look at your passive perception. Yours is 16. Yours is 14. That's fine. We'll use the passives. It's no problem. So we'll go over why that is important here in a little bit. So you guys come outside. You recognize, even though a lot of them look fairly similar to each other, you recognize one as especially because of his companion that's currently sitting next to him, that like mechanical, like panther construct, is kind of lounging near him. You recognize this as the guy who shot Dirt earlier, and the very same one that you guys followed to the city. You see, one of them walks up to him and goes, "All right, Alcanor, they're all good. So I think it's your turn to tell new people about this place." Alcanor will kind of just nod, look to the rest of you guys, and goes, "All right. One, congratulations." He looks primarily at you, Dirt. "Congratulations on not being killed in the chair that you were in. Congratulations on not being a rogue. It is a good thing. And as such, I do owe you a bit of an apology."
I mean, again, if I'm being honest, I kind of expect most things down here to attack me on sight without asking questions, so.
Right, well, it won't happen again, I can assure you. Especially now that you have been identified, at least as for now at least, a neutral party. So, talking about enemies, talking about allies, talking about neutral, there are some things you need to know, both about the city, about the way down that you all seem to wish to go down. And yeah, welcome back. Basically all that you may not have heard is just they're like, "Hey, good job, Dirt. You're not a fucking rogue."
I still have my headset on.
Congrats. Okay, cool. So Alcanor will continue to just go, and probably a bit of information about why rogues are the way they are, and about the caretaker, which is the primary enemy, at least in the lower regions. So, first things first. Once again, welcome to the city. While we may not have a name for it, because names are only primarily useful as identifications between the rest of us, This city is what you all have called a forest town. However, this is a much bigger one compared to what you have probably seen higher up. This city is in a similar size to the core seal on the next level. If not, maybe a bit smaller. Another thing, yes. Whatever Havenlight is, if that is a forged town, it is but a mere village compared to this place. Well, you guys aren't able to see, like, the actual, like, size of this city. Like, you guys see even without being able to see the entire city, just this small entrance area is already, like, approaching sizes similar to Havenlight. You do see another wall, probably a good, like, maybe, like, 750 or so feet away. So it's another substantially sized wall, but interestingly enough, the siege weaponry that you saw on the wall behind you guys, it's not aimed out towards the outskirts, towards the wastes. It is actually aimed inwards. Like it's aimed at whatever's past that wall. And Alcanor will go, another thing you need to understand, one, we are what is called waterborne. We were born from the Maelstrom, which is at the center of the city. The Maelstrom is a massive body of water. According to what we have been educated, it is similar to what you might call a small sea. And it is a constantly shifting whirlpool, the depths of which we are not exactly sure. While we may have been born from the Maelstrom, according to what we have understood and what we have been informed, the hypothesis is that the sea is a large body of water. In comparison to what we don't know, well, we have been told it is bigger than a lake, whatever that is, and a lake is bigger than a pond, whatever that is.
I should really bring drawings next time I go somewhere new.
As we were created from the Maelstrom, we, whether that is because of being born from the Maelstrom, we lack souls, which has benefited us fairly significantly. But depending on who you ask, you Dryborn would probably disagree. Not having a soul, maybe to you, is a problem. But for us Waterborn, we are able to achieve our purpose because of our lack of a soul. We are allowed to ascend, scale large elevation changes without the maw trying to drag us back down like it does for Dryborn. So we have a degree of freedom if we weren't occupied with other things. The city is divided up into two areas. The outer city, which is where we are now, and the inner city, which is a bit of a battlefield. For you see, there exists within the water a creature. One that we have been fighting ever since we were created, however long ago that was. It is what was it? Takes out a book out of his pack, kind of rifles through it. Ah, right. An aboleth. Yes, that. An
Fuck
aboleth.
excuse?
Just
Sorry, that
frog
was
blink.
above board.
Sorry,
Yes.
I don't know if I caught that, and I was doing. You said the A word, sir.
Yeah, I did.
Mm.
Um,
Can I take it back to the store, please? Can I get
take it back to the store?
Can I get an
No.
exchange?
No. No.
Okay, but you,
No.
sir,
No.
there was a recall on those recently, sir.
No, there wasn't.
Sir,
Um,
please.
No. No. Mm-mm. No. All of you, though, in character, go ahead and give me history checks.
Rex is also just quietly wondering how he can get some cool winterized armor himself.
This is not to see whether or not you, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
This is not to see whether or not you know what an aboleth is. This is for some other stuff.
we don't like those things.
You know,
Mother
honestly,
God.
that tracks. Evangeline's tracks even more so.
I should have never rolled that high.
That is an interesting thing for Veraxis, huh?
With a +0 to history. Yeah.
So, honestly, yeah, this is going to be pretty much just you, Veraxis. Again, all of you have heard of an aboleth. You have heard that encountering one is tantamount to suicide. Veraxis, with your history check, which is unfortunate, depending on how you wish to interpret it, some things are starting to click about some of this architecture.
Oh.
You may not have have interacted with aboleths before, obviously. You being a kobold prior to you entering the maw, if you had encountered an aboleth, you would not be in the maw. You would be a slave to the aboleth. No, but what you do know through maybe whether or not it was like expeditions to find more sacrifices or things similar to that, you have had a sort of close encounter with probably an aboleth before. Maybe not directly, but you've entered its lair accidentally in a way that you could tell that it's an aboleth's lair is they really don't go very far from their cities, their ruins. That's what starts to click about some of this architecture that gave you the not warm and fuzzies. This is a hostile architecture even for buildings in the maw. But from your prior experience, you recognize, oh, if there's an aboleth here, this is like aboleth city architecture.
You're just Rex go, ha That makes a lot of sense now. This is its city. Oh no.
Yes, this was its old empire, I suppose. However, rest assured, one, we don't have much of a soul for it to let you hold of, and so it is primarily, I believe, why we were created to begin with. To keep it contained. And in fact, it is why the seal here at the city operates a bit differently to what you might have been experiencing in the upper regions. That also starts to kind of strike you a bit as odd. The closer you've gotten to the city, and by extension the center of this layer, it's gotten colder and colder and colder and colder. Blizzard or not, the temperature has been dropping significantly the closer you have gotten to the center of this
place. So that's how they dealt with the creature in the water.
They froze it out.
Fuck.
You don't happen to give out like free fur.
Well, actually, as a matter of fact, he looks over at one of the other guards, and they walk over to you guys, and they dole out to each of you it's a little unusual. You haven't seen these orange crystals in many other instances held in hands, but you see these small orange, you get put in your hands, small orange crystals. And the moment they get near you, you feel very, like, comfortably warm. Not like now you're overheating, but like it feels like you're a comfortable distance away from a fire. The temperature around you kind of starts to warm up. What little snow is kind of on the brickwork starts to very slowly melt around you. Nothing like at an alarming rate, nothing like if you're standing on ice for long periods of time, it's going to melt away. But you no longer have to fear the side effects of traversing in the 5th layer.
Ooh, that's so nice.
Yeah, you feel very warm now.
Dirt
No
has
idea the
parts
struggle
that are
it's been.
visibly melting the ice.
Yeah, Dirt, you may remove your level of exhaustion.
Oh, thank God.
You have no idea how difficult it was to navigate down here.
It won't help much with visibility during a blizzard, but it'll at least prevent you from freezing to death.
Which is significantly easier for me and Evangeline.
Yes. To go back to what Alcanor was saying, please continue to take it away. It is your turn. Alcanor will kind of just go, yeah, all right. The seal here has been a bit repurposed. Normally, there would be some sort of dome to keep the shadows at bay. However, when we were created, the ground you were walking on outside of the city limits, there was no ground. It was the maelstrom. Once again, kind of clicks. There's no rocks. You haven't seen rocks, like actual stone, since entering Layer 5. It has been almost exclusively ice and snow.
This was all water.
Correct. It has been the only way we have been able to prevent the Aboleth from expanding its territory, or we honestly don't even quite know its primary goal. It's left the seal well enough. Well, it has tried to attack the seal a couple times, but we stop it. And I will explain here in a small while. But yes, the maelstrom contains an aboleth aboleth and whatever it has psychically enslaved. Our primary purpose has been maintaining the seal, at least as far as we have gathered. When we were created, we were sort of, it felt like we were given like an immediate order, which was maintain the seal, contain the aboleth. As unfortunately, as far as we have gathered, we have not found a permanent way to keep it dead. We have killed the aboleth before, many times. However, we have had to constantly adjust our methods, as every time the aboleth comes back, it is prepared for what killed it last time. The amount of time it takes for it to come back to life varies, but the only thing that is certain is that it will come back. And
Kinda
it
like an
tries to break the seal, and if it isn't trying to break the seal, it is trying to break the walls. As the water has frozen so completely that it can't just swim underneath. So, that is the primary reason as to why we can't just allow all of you to enter the inner city, because we don't exactly know when that aboleth will come back, and I will be honest, in all of your current states, I would not be surprised if you broke immediately. As such, if you are wishing to go lower, you will have to be prepared for it. The last group of people that we had prepared, it seems like one of them was not prepared enough and was taken by the aboleth. It was the closest thing that he looked very at home in the water. He's some sort of fish person thing. But the aboleth took him. And so, our methods of trying to strengthen all of you, at least against the aboleth's influence, we've had to get a bit more thorough. Which, while you are within the city limits, we will be making strides to prepare you. Now, with the aboleth out of the way, you must also understand why we treated all of you the way that we did. There is a group of rogue warforged, known as the Legion, or the Hidden Legion, or however you want to describe it. It is a strange name that I am not fully convinced is... I don't know who gave that. But it is a Legion. As there are a great many of them. We in fact have to periodically go down into the 6th layer and fight them as they do try to escape into the upper regions. And so you might understand why when we have come across a strange warforged that matches the descriptions of something created by the caretaker, we were a bit wary, so we had to do tests.
Evil dirt. Got it.
If that is his name, then yes, in a way. Though, as you have seen, judging by the fact that you are not currently outside of the city, he is no rogue. However, that brings us to what we have established created the rogues to begin with. And judging from what I've been informed, well, the reason is because the Warforged we have seen that are rogues coming from below, well, they match his design philosophy. But they are twisted. But it is undeniable that they do contain some semblance of the caretaker's signature. However, rogue Warforged do not have souls. They are puppets. But they are very good at imitating having a soul. And very much how, as we are talking to you right now, we may not have souls, but we have learned that talking with Dryborn in a monotonous sort of tone, it typically causes individuals to put up their guard more, even if we are trying to help them. So we have learned how to talk in a bit more of a Dryborn line of speech. It has helped a little bit. We don't come across Dryborn very often, but when we have interacted with them, we found the way that we talk to all of you now seems to at least not elicit a violent reaction compared to our first meetings. Not interacting with all of you, but with the first Dryborn.
They all died, didn't they?
Well, I believe they were called the predecessors. They don't look like any of you. In fact, actually, they looked similar to the caretaker. But regardless, we have not been able to exactly figure out where the caretaker is. But we do know that if the rogue Warforged contain his signature, gaining this new information, though, looking at a friendly Warforged that contains the caretaker's mark as well, but a different design. So, the methodology in which your companion, I believe Dirt, was who you had called him as, there is more care, more careful design with Dirt. The rogues, it is twisted, it is hostile. But sometimes we see the carefulness that this one was created. So, it is hard figuring out exactly what the caretaker is aiming for, if he is aiming for anything at all. If we are to understand that the seals below us are broken, I would not be surprised if the caretaker is a vastly different person. So, all we have known is that the Warforged that he has had a hand in, they have been enemies as such until we can determine otherwise. The caretaker, by extension, is an enemy, and he has been given a kill on sight order if he ever finds himself up here. So, broken man or not, sometimes you have to put the dog down.
You have dogs down here?
I mean, they
It's
have
metaphorical.
well,
Okay.
they have the robot cat thing that I don't know what it is.
Those? These are constructs that were. We have repurposed them. We found them at the core seal. It's in fact actually a sort of a. Well, how would you. He opens up his book again, kind of rifles through it. A way of a coming of age ceremony, sort of like a test of strength for newly formed waterborne. They have to test themselves by going down into the area where the core seal is located and kill a rogue warforged. Or, well, yes, kill, I guess, would be the right way to describe it. Soulless or no. And find a construct similar to Razor here and repair it, bring it back up. A different construct from the Warforged, mind you. These are predecessor-built creations, but they were primarily kept at the core seal. It seems as some sort of a sentinel. And when the seal broke, I believe most of them were deactivated. And the passage of time has, well, had ruined them. So any waterboard you see without a construct companion of some kind, and they have not gone down yet. But we are not very far from our companions for long. But the core seal is a bit of a battlefield. Most of our engagements with the rogues are there. So, if and or when you go down there, be prepared to encounter hostile versions of dirt. Easy ways to tell: a distinct lack of coloration inside of their sockets, or if there is coloration, it is red. More hostile architecture, typically they don't even wear equipment. Most of them don't even have hands. If you do find one with equipment, it may be a more advanced rogue that is better at trickery. Any of those that we find, well, any Warforged in general, just as we have done for dirt, we bring them into the other room and we check to see if they have a soul. But with all of that, you may go where you wish. Within the outer city, you may leave anytime you wish. You may come in anytime you wish. Holding on to those crystals sort of doubles as a sort of identification that you have cleared essentially customs. Are there any questions any of you might have for us Waterborne? We will answer if we can.
What do you look like without all the armor?
Oh,
Thank you. Thank God you asked it. I wanted to.
somebody needed to ask. He goes, oh, right. I suppose I should probably explain. Well, we don't freeze to death out here. The armor that we are wearing serves as a sort of camouflage. In fact, he kind of presses like a little button on his wrist, and you see it shifts to a completely different set of armor. What he was wearing before was like kind of like a cloak, furs, all like a stark white. This changes to they may not have like an exact example, but it kind of shifts to what looks like kind of like plate armor mixed with like people clothes.
Ooh.
It's
Well, that's
strange.
interesting.
Yeah, it all shifts around and they go, it doesn't really do much in the way of defense. It's more of an appearance sort of thing. So we do carry. Well, how about this? He takes off his helmet, and you guys, one, you don't see a face. You see, it just looks like a blue ooze. Like it's water,
water
but like
weirds.
kind of.
Like a plasmoid.
Mechanically, they're plasmoids.
Oh, cool.
It is absent-mindedly, like, slowly reaching past Dirt's head with, like, little wavy, grabby hands.
Alcanor doesn't like pull away, but you can
He touches his
feel
face.
like, yeah, he's just like, right, a little
curious.
strange,
He's tapping on
but I
his
sort
cheeks.
of expected it. Your hands don't sink into his skin, or what would simulate skin.
Gives him
Barely that, more like a membrane than anything else.
He gives a teeny little rub.
Yeah, it feels moist.
He slowly goes back into the basket, but like on the way back, he like wipes his hands across the back of Dirt's head. He just
I tell you,
stares at him,
know.
eyes locked.
Betty, he just goes like, right, so this.
Don't make me take away your
You'll
warp
have to
stone,
forgive-
you little shit.
Oh God!
Give Digit. He's curious.
Oh, we know. In fact, that brings me to another subject. But I will finish explaining this. So he shifts. He like presses the button again and kind of causes most of the appearance kind of shrink to where that like wrist is. And you see like the entire like body for the most part. It's not like he's like nude, but you see this kind of like weird, like almost like an exoskeleton around him. And looking at it, it's even without interacting with it, it looks extremely like tough, but very flexible. It's like some sort of weird, like hard mesh. Yeah, Evangeline has almost fully integrated into this party at this point. Not being surprised at the curiosity from Digit, but
I'm not slimy.
I think Digit's more implying that he. So.
Well, why make me slimy?
Yeah.
Because it was on my hands.
Alcanor will kind of gesture to himself and just goes, "This is what primarily defends us. It is a sort of a engineered weave that adjusts to our own architecture, which is to say, a lack of. So it's very fluid.
Very fancy.
However, without the shift weave that we are currently using, without that shift weave, like he gestures to like the button like on his wrist. And it is in fact actually the only like gauntlet that he's got on that is like not a mesh. It looks like an actual like type of gauntlet. He goes, without this, blending into the snow and the ice is a little bit more difficult. You also notice a distinct lack of pockets as well. And he goes, so we use the shift weave to generate storage and give us a bit of camouflage.
Digit's eyes are
My armor
glowing
doesn't
right
do
now.
that.
Or
but I wish
what?
it did.
His eyes are like they're huge, but he is like glowing with this concept. He's like so enthralled. It's like my bag of holding, but it's different.
My armor doesn't do that, but that's cool, and I wish it did.
Well, Dryborn armor typically is used for primarily one purpose. So it makes sense for you.
It's to prevent impalement, but that has not had a good. We're not gonna go there.
Well, a lot of the things, at least, we've never gone up, like to the other layers. But even the things here on this layer, they could stab even through our armor. So, rest assured it isn't a failing on your part, or on your armor's part. The creatures in Nemo just... They've adapted to be able to pierce many things. But yes, all waterborne look very similar to I. It is sort of how we were created. We sort of came out of the water looking like this. And before you might be thinking that we might be... Well, we may have come out of the water, the very same water that the Ebolith lives in. Rest assured, either it's because of the purpose in which we were made, that we think at least, or if it's a distinct lake of souls, we are not quite sure. But the psychic influence that the Ebolith has on Dryborn does not work on us. However, the downside is, if we are taken by the Ebolith, like, brought into the water and consumed, it gains our knowledge. So...
Sounds like the tricky one to stop.
It's not a very good thing if we are captured by the Ebolith. So, if we feel ourselves nearing death, we try to get as far away from the water as possible, and then he gestures to another button on the gauntlet. And he goes, what this does, it sort of disintegrates us.
Oh god, they put the salt on the slugs.
He goes, it sort of disintegrates us, and we are... Well, none of us know exactly what might happen, Lake of a Soul and such. But we do know that our particles, it does fly towards the seal. And the seal glows for a small while. So we assume it sort of keeps the seal powered through our deaths. So that's
I
fun.
suppose
A
that's
little
why this
morbid,
seal's
but
been going for so long.
Yeah, you also notice that as you're looking around, there's no obelisks.
it's a little morbid.
None that are that you are. If you do see obelisks, it's only Varaxis that notices. These obelisks are not like the ones in the Maw. These are aboleth obelisks that you might see. Yeah, no, the rest of you guys see weird obelisks, like obelisks, obelisks that you're just like, well, that's not a Forge Town obelisk, huh? That's weird. Yeah, you don't see any like obelisks wrapped in chains, no nothing. But the seal is operating somehow. There's also no barrier.
I'm just not going to question it.
Yeah, so his statement of the seal was repurposed is pretty true.
And
Yep.
I
Yep.
can only guess that your weaponry you use has been made to specifically combat the horrors of
Correct.
the Maw and the Abla.
Exactly.
That explains why it felt more like a harpoon than an arrow. Got it.
Correct. Yes. Takes out one of the arrows. It is massive. It's like the size of, like, you know, two Varaxises or
Oh, God.
two digits. I mean, it's the size of your arm, Dirt.
Getting fair.
Fair.
I could not use this weapon. It is bigger than me.
Yeah, if Varaxis, if you hold it, it's like a short spear, or like just a spear in general. Digit is probably more like a pike
Halberd?
or a lance.
Well,
Or, you know, a ballista bolt, depending on your size.
If only there was one of these smaller.
Yeah, he kind of holds up his bow gun and he goes, "This is a relatively new creation. As I have said before, fighting the Aboleth, it's a sort of arms race. Every time we kill the Aboleth, he learns from what we killed him with."
Ones he kills and consumes, he learns.
Correct. It has been a constant.
Doesn't explain why everything you have looks so advanced.
We have to keep innovating.
Last time I saw one of these, it enslaved a lot of kobolds.
Oh, that is unfortunate. But yes, are there any other questions that any of you might have? And the more information we can give you, I may not be able to think of all of it at once to give you in a bit of a, to elongate the briefing, but the more information all of you have, the more prepared you will be.
How do you plan to get us ready to deal with the Aboleth trying to...
That is more of an individual basis. We have found that Dryborn all have varying degrees of what you might call willpower.
Oh no.
And depending on how weak that will is, which that will be the first thing. Well, it isn't. Well, you may leave a teleportation circle. If you're looking around, you don't see one. Yeah. But yeah, he goes is like, the first thing we're going to need to do. He looks over at you, Dirt, and he goes, "We've already gotten enough of a psychic profile on you, so we have a rough idea what we might need to do because you will need help. Um, we are going to need a bit of a psychic profile on the rest of you, which there does so happen to be a device that is on this very street that your friend Dirt has interacted with before."
Does it hurt?
It feels weird. Very,
Acceptable.
very weird.
He goes like, it will give us sort of, think of it like a diagnostic. For Warforged, it, bare minimum, gives us an idea of whether or not that individual has even a soul. It helps filter. After we determined that he had a soul, that's when we went into a bit of a psychic profiling. And he looks to you, Dirt, and goes, that is why the process might have felt like it might have taken quite a bit of time. The initial scan is very quick, but once we identified that you were not an enemy, we knew that you needed to be prepared. And so we took the liberty of just finishing the more intricate diagnostic. So, my apologies if you were not informed of that.
I still preferred to getting shot by more spears, so.
Again, I cannot apologize enough for that, but the rest of you, though, again, while you may come and go as you please, if you ever intend to go into the inner city, you are going to need some sort of psychic profile. After the psychic profile, we will sort of figure out a bit of a regimen. One you might call trials, to harden your will and increase a bit of your own adaptive natures. To enter the lower regions of the maw requires you not only to be strong of mind, but very adaptable. If you cannot adapt while keeping a hold of your psyche, you won't last long, even if you survive the aboleth.
Right,
If you even come across the aboleth. He has been dead for a while.
So go touch machine and get psychic profiled.
Correct. That would be step one, yes.
That is
After
going
that,
to be
we
horrifying.
can establish a sort of series of trials to help you reach a bit of a better potential. Otherwise, if you don't wish to enter the inner city, you may wander about the outer city as much as you wish. But again, if you wish entry into the inner reaches, that is a requirement. Requirement. There is no negotiations there.
Well, I'm going down with the rest of the party, so we'll all have to do it.
Understood. However, your small furry friend, I do have a question for you. Looks over to you, Digit.
He just cocks his head.
It is something to do with your rifle. I'm sure one of them have mentioned it before, but it is a strange application for that type of crystal. the fact that you were able to weaponize it might help us in the next encounters with the Aboleth. If we can continue to increase our knowledge and weaponry, the more we can be prepared for future encounters, it would be a good thing. You are not required to... The individual that you would need to speak with would be our archivist. We are not privy to most of the information that he holds, primarily because he does not fight. He is our innovator. He has been alive since the very beginning. Since we were born, or created. And he sort of gives us technological increases depending on the results with the Aboleth. So, I do not wish to know how you weaponized this crystal. It is not for me to know. Your methods are, if we were to learn about it, would be dangerous. And
it's already dangerous, so you aren't missing much.
Dangerous more along the lines of
If the Aboleth learns.
If the Aboleth learns, it might, even before we can employ that weaponry, if the Aboleth knows about it before we can even use it against it, it renders that technology useless.
It's kind of, you can think of it as a monkey's paw kind of.
I do not know what
technology.
That is.
It works, and then it has a tendency to explode. So I'm still.
Well,
it's not,
As far as I'm aware, we have only ever, at this point now, we have only ever come across 2 of those crystals.
Yeah, where did you? I was going to ask, where did you find yours?
I have no idea.
As far as I know, this one's weird and grows in trees.
The one that would know would be the archivist. We don't really talk to him unless it's necessary, but if he has the knowledge that we think that he might have, he might be able to help you figure out things of your own. And now, while we would not be able to mass produce that weapon that you are currently holding, understanding the principles underneath it, as well as theories and such, would help us create weaponry similar to yours.
Is he another waterborn?
I don't know.
Wait, what?
We don't really talk to him.
You've never seen him?
No.
What? And Digit's like, he stands up in the basket. He's like, how do you... What?
It's all about control of information. The less we know about the archivist, the less the Aboleth can use that knowledge against us. If we know what the archivist looks like, if the Aboleth has seen others of the kind of individual that the archivist might be, it might already have in its infinite memory countermeasures.
You make a fair point.
The less knowledge we have, the better. And because you will most likely be mating the archivist, and that is why it is even more important that you are strong enough to survive it. And so, unfortunately, we would greatly appreciate it if you would speak to him. However, if your intention is to go down, there is a chance that we'll paint a target on your back. Not from us, mind you. You would be a great ally. We would defend you with our lives. But the Aboleth would probably have a great interest in you.
To be completely honest, it wouldn't be the first thing that tried to kill us in here.
You were just eating like a day ago.
Oh,
You see, you immediately see him go into a 1,000-yard stare.
Oh, you actually fought that worm in the cave, huh?
Yeah, it died. It ate both of them, but it died.
That's very impressive, even if it was a younger one.
Definitely a baby. Saw the big hole the other one made.
All right,
But,
yes.
I thought Dirt
We've
was
wandered
dead.
around in the burrows before to kind of get an idea. 5-foot diameter tunnels. It's, 6, 7, 8 feet diameter tunnels. Typical for a juvenile, but for the larger worms, we are looking at something more along the lines of 20, 30 feet diameter.
Oh.
So.
We weren't supposed to fight it.
Oh, no. The more ice worms you kill, the better for everyone. We aren't necessarily hunted by them, but dying to wildlife is not a very productive thing when our main enemy is in the water.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So while our sense of self-preservation is probably a bit different from all of yours, still don't want to get killed by random wildlife.
You know those really big worms can like dig to the aboleth, right?
They actually have a tendency to avoid getting near the maelstrom.
Okay, that's actually really comforting.
I don't think they
Correct.
like getting near the water because it is
They
not
Don't
ice.
need mind-controlled giant worms. That's...
typically anything within a roughly mile radius is within the aboleth's influence when it is alive. But even when it is currently dead, it still produces a bit of a fight or flight instinct in wildlife.
That's also fair.
And most, if not all, wildlife, at least the ones capable of swimming and or burrowing, they choose flight. We have never seen one choose fight. Plus, we have countermeasures just in case the worst case happens and the wildlife decides it wants to go into the water. Far, far, far below the ice, this wall does go. And I am not aware of what is exactly down there to defend against wandering wildlife that decides it wants to go and become friends with the aboleth. Only the archivist knows. We only know that if wildlife gets near it, it probably won't survive. That includes even the largest of ice worms. So if we can kill a insane wildlife with the frequency in which we see them, which has been never, killing one would probably be enough. So. But yes, you, small furry one, you would probably be the only one to interact with the archivist. But sharing your knowledge with him would be very useful. Whether he shares his knowledge with you, that is between you and him. But that is your decision. We will not force you to go. But it could very well be a mutually beneficial encounter. A teleportation circle? I do not know of one. I have not seen anything of its like, at least. Again, the one to know would probably be the archivist. But it'll most likely only be your small furry friend that would meet with him. So, if your small furry friend desires to meet with the archivist, I would recommend passing on any questions you might have through him. Would you be okay with speaking with the archivist, small furry friend?
I mean, it sounds like the best course of action, honestly. I'm
Good.
quite curious myself now, actually.
It is good. It is good. First, though, he looks to the rest of you guys. Is your intention still, despite everything that I have said, is your intention to still go down?
After getting my sword back, yes.
Ah, right, your weaponry. My apologies.
It whispers, and I've grown to miss it.
Does sort of leak a bit of the maw. It's a little disconcerting, but it doesn't seem to be at least overtly hostile. So, yes. A couple of the guards will kind of come up, and they will get you. Yep, they will give you all of your equipment back.
Listen, Evangeline, they'll find out just by being near the sword that it whispers in their ear.
Actually, we didn't know it whispered. It made us a bit uncomfortable. Again, having souls seems to be a bit of a prerequisite when interacting with the more sinister aspects of them all.
Dirt, who's been spacing out at the mention of the weaponry, will be like, also, considering things seem to keep getting more and more lethal the deeper we go.
Correct.
Is there a chance any of us could get one of those, or a previous version of those? Spear launchers?
Oh, the bow guns?
Yes.
He thinks and he goes, I don't see why not. For now, I have noticed something. A couple of your packs seem to be glowing.
Oh. And Dirt would like heft around the big bag and drop it and search through for the like little piece of, or I don't know how big the chunk of wood is really.
It's like the size of your fist.
So a pretty big piece to most.
Pretty decent sized piece, yeah.
And pull that out and be like, it's the only thing I can think of that'd be glowing in there, really.
Yes. We do. Now, while most of our information primarily comes through the archivist, some of us are a bit more innovative than others. Not quite sure how that works, seeing as how all of us are born from the maelstrom, but I try not to question it too much. We do have a forge master closer to the inner city. He is still within the outer city, though, so... I cannot tell you exactly what can be done with those strange glowing pieces of wood, I think? Looks through his book. Wood, yes. He might have some ideas of how to use it. So, I would recommend after your psychic profiling, if all of your goals is, which, my memory fails me. I'll ask one more time. He looks to the rest of you. Is your intention still, after everything, still to seek to go lower? And by extension, to use the primary method and only method of entering towards the core seal.
Yeah, mine's
can't
unchanged
speak
so
for
far, as
everyone,
long as everybody else is
but-
going.
Hmm.
Worst thing that can happen is I die, but even then, that's pretty good for me.
Unless it's by the creepy water creature. The aboleth. But yeah,
It is a noble goal.
I suppose I was
We
from here once. Might as well make home a little better.
Yes. Well, it is a very noble goal. We have not been able to accomplish it. Activating the seals. We just don't have the capabilities ourselves. But if you have the knowledge, keep it to yourselves.
It also
think the
feels like you
aboleth
all have
keeps
your
your
own
hands,
task here.
Yeah, he actually he does kind of look to you, Evangeline, after saying the goal is to activate the seals. He goes, "Please be truthful. Do you know how to activate the seals?" Okay. Great.
So this one needs extra protection going past the aboleth.
Yes. I would not be surprised if the aboleth doesn't necessarily know how to break the seals. If he can figure out how to activate the seals, it would probably only be a matter of time before he figures out how to reverse engineer it and either corrupt the seals or break them. He does. The aboleth does know, judging by his actions, he knows that the seal is significant, but he has never been able to break it, even remotely. So there are key parts of his knowledge that he is missing. We would like to keep it that way. Good. And then if your goal is still to activate the seals despite knowing what the aboleth will be wanting from you, it will definitely be especially important to make sure you are strong enough. Great. If your answer was yes, please, one of our guards will show you. But Dirt, you know where they're going to need to go.
Yep.
If you would
Thank you,
kindly,
Chair.
please.
This way.
And I have
everybody.
failed to understand everybody's name. I'd rather not call your small furry friend Small Furry Friend. I believe, Draybon, most of you come with names, yes?
Yeah, I'm Araxis.
You already know my name.
My name's
I
Digit.
know one of them.
You know my name.
He does say that out loud, though, so if anybody hears the way that Alcanor said that, do with that information what you will.
Yeah,
Um,
Digit is like, what?
if by
Don't worry about
squirrel
it.
you mean the small furry friend, correct?
Yes.
Alright, so the squirrel, Digit, your Evangeline, the green one is Esteban? Or Esteban?
He's a stretchy goblin.
I see.
His name is as tall as he is.
Oh, so it is Esteban Halio Ricardo de
Digit visibly cringes.
la Rose Ramirez?
Spot on.
I am Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de la Rosa Ramirez, but you can call me Esteban.
Esteban.
Why Why has the
God.
fucking accent all of a sudden? Hold on.
Just like how fucking some people like they
Stares
just
and he's like, why does he
Yep.
do this every time he says his full name?
It's Esteban of
I don't
accept
recall
his
why.
family.
I don't recall why Evangeline was staring at you like that. Sick.
Rip.
So yeah, no, he's just like, okay, cool. He sees, he opens up his book again, gotta just write some stuff. He's like, all right. Once again, my name is Alcanor. It might be hard to distinguish a lot of us apart because we figured out what works in the wastes. So, a good way you can determine if it is me, I am not very far from Razor. And he kind of puts his hand on the mechanical panther. He goes, if you see Razor, there is only one Razor. And Razor does not leave my sight. But, once again, to answer your question, as all of you, he just kind of walks with you guys a little bit for a second. If you're wanting a bowgun, I recommend talking with the Forge Master. He should be able to get you set up. Things like currency and other such things, they don't really exist here, so I wouldn't be worried about any sort of payment. You will all be going through enough as it is.
I don't think they make one for small creatures.
That would be correct. Yep, you'll get compared to when you guys first got to the city, this is practically warm, as they are guide you inside instead of forced you inside. They're like, after you, if you would like, very polite now, just like, yeah, come on in. Still just like before, I'll kind of explain this room again to you guys. Hostile does not again begin to describe this place. While it was used as an interrogation chamber for Dirt, this is kind of the psychic profiling room as well. But yeah, a barracks, you see a couple of the bow guns are still mounted against the wall. No tables, no fucking chairs, no comfortable furniture anywhere. And one of the guards, the door did stay open. You'll see one guard that's near a bunch of buttons. We'll kind of see Evangeline see you come in. And he goes, you here for a profile?
I just realized we're all here for our green cards to get put in the system.
Yep.
God damn it.
All right, if you would please, seeing as how we are no longer wary of all of you, I would like to warn you, the chair is not very comfortable, as we don't understand comfort. So, apologies ahead of time. If you would please sit in this chair, and we can proceed. The chair was able to, I'm going to use the word comfortably. It's still not comfortable, but it was able to hold Dirt without it being him too big.
I'm going to have my feet dangling in this chair.
Yep.
It's a fucking throne for y'all.
For pretty much everybody except probably Evangeline and maybe Esteban, this is huge. Yeah, no, you'd fit. You wouldn't have any extra discomfort. Yeah, they kind of gesture over to the chair, not rushing you or anything. You're welcome to take a seat whenever you wish. The chair is right in this area. Just pretty much like right here. There's no exact spot right now because obviously I don't have an exact map for it. But it is what it is.
That's
I'll have all of this
What it
fleshed out.
When you're moving your token, if you hold shift when you let go, you can put it like not fully in the square, like partially.
Yeah, you could if you wanted. You could shift drag yourself into like the center
Rotate.
if you wanted to.
Oh god, you're rotating.
Rotate.
Rotate.
Banana.
God damn it.
Rotate.
Go! Can you feel it?
Yeah, see. There we go. I got you. I accidentally had
God,
the
he
other...
went through the wall.
That's how you do it? Oh my god. I figured out how to select multiple fucking tokens simultaneously without having to click and drag.
How do you do it?
If you hold shift and click and keep holding shift and click on another token.
Oh my god.
Like for example, this is me shift clicking. So shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click.
That's really cool. Okay.
That's why I was confused
Good to know.
when I moved Evangeline to the center. The guard in the corner moved as well. I was like, huh?
Good to know.
Okay. So actually, as you guys kind of start to as you guys kind of start to file in, the guard that was talking to you initially, Digit, when he like showed you the chair, he's like, if you want, you'll be experiencing it yourself anyways. But if you are curious about the green crystal that we have there, you are welcome to watch. However, that is kind of up to the individual in the chair too. We know that Dryborn do like privacy.
He calls out to Evangeline. Is it okay if I actually get to see how it works when it's not unstable? I don't know if you want your privacy in there. Okay, thank you. he does kind of bound in. And he's very carefully observing.
Privacy for what? No.
Yeah, Dirt, like as it's like engaging, he goes, Dirt
Don't
said
unplug
something
the
about
cord this
touching
time,
her
did ya?
soul.
Yeah, the cord has been plugged back in.
He didn't unplug anything. He just picked a cable up and like set it back down.
I heard the word drop.
Oh yeah, no, he dropped it.
If you had dropped it, it had disconnected.
No, okay, fair. So yeah, he's standing far enough away, but he does say
That way.
Yeah.
privacy for
My
something about
Um,
getting your soul touched. That's what
yeah.
Dirt said.
So I will explain now kind of how the process shall go. It is actually different from what happened with Dirt. When you sit down in the chair, no shackles engage. You do see the shackles though. So you know this is a dual purpose chair.
How robust.
Right? And yeah, the shackles don't engage. If you look up, I'll kind of describe it again. Fairly decent sized chair. Obviously, it's able to kind of fit you. There are 4 shackles, 1 on each arm, and 1 on each leg, which don't engage this time. Looking up, you see basically a rainbow of crystals above you, of which multiple cords are attached to them that all run down into the chair.
I saw that.
Of all of those crystals, Digit, you see this because you're in the room. Evangeline, you see it if you look up. There is a green crystal in the smack dab middle of it, and it is pointed straight down. So for you, you have only ever seen this green crystal once before, and it's extremely volatile when you have seen it. And the guard in the corner will go, all right. You are in a good spot. You are comfortable, at least as much as you can be for a Dryborn in a chair.
If it helps at all, I didn't set that up, so do with that what you will.
I'm not quite sure what that means, but
She knows.
all right. Be aware again, a lot of this is sort of just from what I have observed in previous instances. It does not hurt, but it definitely is not comfortable. So, my apologies if this is not very pleasant. If you feel something messing around in your mind, please do not fight it. It will only make it more uncomfortable. And might mess up readings. I mean, this is not about willpower. We will get that information through the profile. Basically, his like hospital-esque, like, this is a test. This is what we're going to be doing. Please don't do this, or this. Please keep your arms and hands inside the vehicle at all times. Like, and he goes, all right. Presses one button, and you see all except the green crystal, they light up, and there is a small barrier that appears around you. You are not required to make a charisma saving throw. You are also not prompted to choose to fail if you want. The zone of truth-esque effect does not apply to you. Seems like it's probably tied to the shackles in some way, shape, or form. Anyways, why the barrier is there, you're not quite sure. Digit, you might find out as you observe. He then goes, all right, time to profile. I wish you the best. And presses a second stone plate. And you feel a large jolt of electricity run through your body. It's not painful. It's not like you getting electrocuted. Think of kind of how it can feel for like electroshock. Like, yeah. Or like if you got like the little like electrode connectors, like for like stimulating like muscle or something like that. It's a similar feeling to that. It's not painful. It's just like, whoa, huh? What the fuck? But it's still like kind of uncomfortable. It's not a feeling that you would want to have 24/7. You do start to feel like your mind is being invaded. Your instincts are screaming like actually give me a wisdom save. We're going to see what your instincts say. Okay. Whether you want it to or not, your instincts do kind of scream out, fight, fight, fight. What the fuck? Get this out of here. I don't like this. What the fuck? Fight. Keep fighting it. Like, this is bullshit. Like, I don't like this. But eventually you kind of start to realize, okay, right, they said don't fight it. Like, this wasn't something that you controlled. This was an automatic, like, fight or flight response in a psychic way. Not, like, only, like, maybe a second or two passes before you realize, okay, let down the mental walls. Let them see what they need to see. And the zapping, you can't tell how much time has passed. Digit, this is what you see on the outside. You see Evangeline gets fucking lit up with electricity. These like green tendrils of like static are bouncing around inside the barrier. And every time like a bolt like interacts with Evangeline, you see she kind of jolts for a second. This repeats over and over again. It looks painful as fuck from your angle. But Evangeline's expression, she's relatively calm. So you're kind of getting mixed signals from it. Evangeline, what would be a strong, I would say, if you don't know exactly, that's fine. Again, I'm putting probably all of you guys kind of on the spot, but to you, what would be a relatively strong memory for Evangeline?
Getting wrapped up with a bunch of surface psychos.
Okay. So seeing someone die in front of you, thinking that it's your fault, things like that. Yeah. So that same memory. Okay. So that unfortunately kind of gets brought back up. Some of the innate like emotions that come back from that is like guilt, fear, even probably a little bit of anger. Maybe not necessarily aimed at anyone except yourself. And within that memory, even though like someone kind of like died in front of you, time kind of fast forwards a bit, not like multiple years into adulthood, but more along the lines of is like that's as you kind of said, it's like a core memory. It's something that whether you probably know it or not kind of shaped you into acting the way that you do now. And it within all of that kind of comes a sort of a determination, a an acceptance of the fact that the maw is the maw, but also a rejection of it. A rejection that the maw is going to take everyone that you care about. A rejection that the maw is a lose-lose scenario. There is a determination that comes from being a survivor after overcoming that like kind of type of survivor's guilt that makes you go, I refuse to let that happen again. I refuse to be the reason that somebody has died. That's where your determination comes in. Your determination that whether you think that the maw is inevitable or not, there's a small part of you that's like, no, fuck you. I'm not letting the maw beat me. I'm going to beat the maw. I'm not going to let it do just whatever the fuck it wants. Kind of a determination to, in a weird way, take your fate and by extension, kind of the fate of the people in your care, kind of take that into your own hands instead of letting the maw just do whatever the hell he wants. And after you kind of are thinking back on that, you kind of start to feel like the shock, like kind of starts to go away. And during this thing, Digit, while she may be feeling like the shock is going away, the shock is only actually getting more intense. In fact, actually, Digit, go ahead and give me a perception or insight.
My perception's better. Oh, middling as fuck. But here we go.
You aren't fully convinced, but there's a small part of you, or I say you aren't fully convinced. You are, judging by her reactions before, this doesn't look like it's hurting her, even though it's giving off that impression. But there is still a like nagging feeling in the back of your head that isn't fully convinced. There is a small part of you that thinks, okay, hey, this may need to be stopped. It looks like this is doing damage to her. I would say it's probably like a 25-75 split. 75% you're like, no, this is Evangeline, she's got it. The other 25% is like this, like there's a small part of you that's like, I should just, something has to be done. So that's what your perception check gives you.
Digit being Digit, he's like, his thought process is like, well, if I do anything, it's more liable to actually fuck her up right now. He's like, I don't want to, rip out a cable and cause worse day. Like, I can't. It's not. Oh god.
My god.
He's like,
Digit is growing up.
He's kind of wrestling with it, but he's like,
deletes a core memory. Who am I again? Why am I a
goes
cleric?
from
What the fuck?
robot to what parents?
Oh, hey, welcome to the club. Missing a lot of mememories.
Yeah, no, he doesn't want to like do anything to make it worse, and he was specifically told not to mess with the machine. He is purely observing.
My god. Digit really did learn something from the heart. Cool.
He also didn't build it. He doesn't know what happens if he rips the cable out.
Well, that hasn't stopped Digit from interacting with things he doesn't know about a little recklessly before.
Listen, spooky black crystal ball versus actual machine.
Look, man, I'm just saying. I'm trying to give you a fucking compliment, bitch.
I got you. I'm just saying.
So after
has to be used for touch.
after a probably uncomfortable amount of time, indeterminate, eventually the shocking stops. And the barrier goes down. Evangeline, you were fucking exhausted. You kind of, while you weren't like fully unconscious, you were definitely incapacitated in a way, so you kind of come to again. You were kind of stuck in your head, basically, for a while. And
Welcome to the club.
and you see the guy in the guard in the corner is just like, all right, the profile is done. Please give us 2 to 3 business days. No, we should be able to get a compilation to figure out exactly how we can help you improve. It's just going to take a bit of time. So, relax. We believe we have a dryborn building that at least we tried to make comfortable. So, for now, if you wish, you may wait for the rest of your party, and then we will show you to that location. But, good job. You do have a bit of a fight in you, so it's always a good thing. He kind of just a little woozy, probably a little just like.
Okay, come on.
That's adorable. All right. As you guys see, just Evangeline kind of just shuffles out of the room. Probably a little unsteadily. And you see the guard looks to the grouping of people at the door and goes, who would like to be next?
I'll do it. I might as well get it out of the way.
If you would please hop up into the seat. Right here, I'll move you. I got
Yeah,
you.
I'm not gonna
There
attempt
you
to
go.
do it and push 7 buttons.
I'm just doing it just because it's visually appealing to see somebody in a crosshair. Yeah. So he
This is
goes.
how everybody finds out that Varaxis is horribly scarred.
He goes, and he gives you the same spiel that he gave Evangeline. I won't repeat it every single time. And he goes, all right, good to go.
Yeah.
Good. All right. And he presses the button. Once again, a barrier comes down. And you do hear him mumble as he sees you hop up into the chair, and he goes, what if they're small warforged? Maybe we should probably have multiple shekels. Anyways, so yeah, no shackles or anything. Barrier goes down. Green crystal starts to go whoop, 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 and once again, just like with Evangeline, you begin getting zapped. Again, it's not painful. It's not comfortable either. Go ahead and give me a wisdom save, please.
Oh god, I have fucking really good wisdom.
Well, depending on how you want to look at it.
Okay.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I mean I have a +9 to it just innately.
God damn. God damn. Well, that did not help you this time. Which, depending on how you want to look at it, it could be a good thing, could be a bad thing.
Probably good.
You were compared to most of the people in this party, you are a bit more of a, for lack of a better way to describe it without horribly insulting your character. Because of your past, you're used to just being like, well, something bigger is fucking trying to do shit to me. God damn it. Like, there's less fight. It's a weird, almost, for at least like a couple seconds. I'm not saying the feeling stays there. But for a few seconds, you're just like, oh, God damn it, it's happening again. And your instinct, at least initially, is to just be like, well, accept it. And your walls go down a little faster than you'd probably are happy about. Varaxis. For you, what would you consider maybe a strong memory?
Probably the memory of like the adventuring party that adopted him all dying.
Yeah.
Because they kind of became his family from the point on where he could really remember.
Yeah. Okay. So you kind of start to latch onto that. Whether you wanted to or not, whether you were influenced by the crystal to do that, it's hard to tell because you're kind of getting lost in all of it. How that adventuring party died is for you to know. But what you do know is you were the only one that somehow, miraculously, or not, depending on how you want to look at it, you survived. And you were the only survivor. You kind of think back to that, the probable, depending again on what killed that party, probably a degree of like powerlessness, an anger towards yourself that you couldn't save them, and a bit of a bitterness that you have been kind of, in a weird way, at least maybe to your head, you feel What's that? Hello, cat. You feel cursed in a way. Until recently, most of the people that you would have called friends, whether you interpret it as you being it be because you were associated with them, or if it's because it's just unfortunate circumstance, um, every time you get close, someone dies. And you feel a bit of hopelessness kind of from that possible thought. And as you kind of sit in it for a while, you kind of start to look at some of the good things that have happened since then. As fucked up as the Maw has been to you, it has given you the weird gift of finally being, at least for the most part, finally being free of Tiamat. Coming across a god that doesn't want to just use and abuse you and then, like, consume your soul and, like, consign you to the fucking 9 hells. You've found a god that, like, is offering essentially the closest thing to heaven that you're probably going to come across as Kobold. And you start to realize that the people around you, like, are honestly just as fucked up as you are. Maybe that's a good thing. You start to kind of realize that maybe this party will be different. And you've got a degree of hope from that. It seems like despite how fucking awful and horrifying the Maw is, you've gotten some positives out of it. You're free of Tiamat. You have the capacity to defend your friends probably even better than you've ever been able to before. You've got friends that defend you too, people that care. And you kind of start to get a feeling that if you're with these guys, you could probably take on whatever's being thrown at you here in the Maw. And you start to get that, like, what was initially like despair, hopelessness, starts to get replaced with like hope and happiness and peace, even after interacting with Null. And you kind of start to realize, like, you're not powerless anymore. You can be that help that you wanted to be before. And as you kind of continue to think about that, time passes, probably a good 10 minutes of being zapped. And you kind of get brought back to consciousness, or like away from the pseudo incapacitation that you had before. And the barrier lifts, the lightning subsides, and the guard at the wall goes, "All right, the profile was complete. There's some interesting things. We are going to be there's going to have to be a bit of a discussion on how exactly we're going to help you. But nothing is impossible, so it'll just take a bit of time, is all. But we should have Dryborn adjacent accommodations for all of you, so you don't have to sleep in the snow."
Sounds
Good
good to
job.
me. Enjoy whoever goes next.
Yeah, Firaxis comes out. The guard looks out across the doorway and goes, "Who would like to be next?"
Digits are gonna finally go.
You're just like, fucking Christ, all right.
Let me just get it out of the way.
Yep. Digit, you fucking... Now the squirrel is already in the chair. Oh, whoops. There we go. Digit, you kind of skitter up into the seat. The couple parts of you are probably like a little apprehensive after you saw what happened to the others. But the other part is probably a borderline rabid curiosity about the crystal above you. In fact, I would probably argue, you may disagree with me if you wish, I would almost argue that you kind of startle yourself a little bit as your kind of mind starts to race. You haven't felt this way in a while, and you're like, oh God, is this what Rattletap is thinking about? Is this why he looks like the way he does? Why he acts like this? As you kind of start to realize that your mind is like fucking racing at some of the possibilities that this like change, this like crystal can do that you haven't done with it. And you're just like, what if I do this? 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 It horrifies you for a split second because you're like, oh Jesus.
I've been muted this whole time.
Yeah, you have. Aha, you have been muted this entire time.
Wow. Yeah, no, I sorry, Esteban. I saw your message. I'm like, wait, I just said that I would go.
No, you
Like,
didn't.
what's going on? And then I'm hearing you talk. I'm like, yeah, he's 100% like, he's all for it. He's kind of like, it's like he's thinking like, I wonder if this can help me modify my own tech, reach out and touch somebody in a different way,
Oh God.
more personal way.
Oh God. You realize the horror you're turning into.
If I can stabilize it, I can touch their brain.
You just imagine Rattletap in your head. There's another one. One of us. One of us. One of us. Juices up with his fucking cocaine wrist. One of us.
His is great.
One of us. Cool. So he goes through his fucking hospital spiel and he goes, "You've already heard it twice. Good to go?"
He gives, like Evangeline, 2 thumbs up.
Presses the button, barrier comes down, you get zapped.
All of his fur stands on end. He looks like a big brown cotton, or a big like ashen cotton ball.
The moment the lasers, but the electricity touches your brain, all thoughts of you being like, I could do this to other people, and then you're like, oh God, this is so invasive. Oh Jesus.
And then he just goes limp.
Yep. Give me a wisdom save.
Huh.
This is fear. Like this is you going, oh shit. Like all thoughts that you were like, oh, I could repurpose this into going against other people's brains. You're like, oh no, oh my god, I hate this. I hate this. This is terrifying. I feel my brain. This is.
He goes, oh, now I understand why Dirk
know
looked the way he did.
Also, just, oh god, now I understand. Oh no, like this is nope. I don't want to do this to other people. This is fucked.
He goes, this is worse than the tree.
This is so much worse than the tree. At least the tree could talk to me. This is just me. This is just me and the lightning. Yeah, no, your walls collapse from just shock from the fucking crystal And the just in general, just take it off guard. You're like, ha ha ha! Look at all the things. Oh
He's
god!
comparing the sensation to what happens when his crystal destabilizes.
Yeah, except this is psychic. This is in your brain.
Yeah, instead of being maybe 10 inches to a foot in front of him, it's in his skull.
Localized within your brain pan. You're already like permanently confused brain from your awakening. Like, this is just like, oh my god. Not only am I fucking sentient against my will, now I gotta deal with this. Jesus.
I didn't ask for consciousness. What is wrong with you normal people?
Cool. Yeah, so Digit. I asked everybody else at your turn.
Immediately goes to the fear that he experienced after the accident. When he was essentially like locked up, chased away, like all of that. Like,
so
given his emotional state currently, he's freaking out and is about to freak out again.
And as a matter of fact, we will give you a small, continuation of that memory. As you talk about fear, that jolt unlocks a little tiny bit of that memory. One that you probably locked away with your fucking terrified squirrel brain. Like, just like, I don't like this memory. Don't want to think about it ever again. That door has been jolted back open.
Who needs therapy? Just suppress your feelings.
Yeah, you find yourself on a literal giant-sized metal table in a almost cartoonishly, like, fucking mad scientist lair. As this, like, crazed looking storm giant, the one that unlocked your cage initially and was like, I'm gonna take you with me. He is looking down at you, who you are strapped to this table. There is nothing comforting about any of this scenario. You see that whatever, like, mechanical gadgets you had created before have been fully disassembled. And, like, all organized meticulously in a way that you're like, what now?
Why did you do it like that? It makes more sense like this.
But in fact, if you try to say anything like that, what comes out of your mouth are squirrel squeaks.
Oh,
Something fucked up has happened. And whatever this fucking giant artificer has done to you that your memories still haven't been able to recall, you're trapped in, like, a weird in-between state. You have still the mind of a sapient, awakened squirrel. But everything else...
You can't just halfway undo that. That's not right.
Yeah, you're...
That's dramatic.
Yep, you're back to even your normal squirrel size. As you have been partially reverse engineered. Digit, if you would please, go ahead and describe to me again what parts of you were missing before? When you first came into the maw? Your eye.
His eye, his right eye, and his... what would be essentially his middle finger on his right hand.
Okay.
So where, he would be holding the trigger for his rifle and where he would have lined up the scope basically took the brunt of all of that.
Cool. Well, the eye, I'm going to say was not because of a mishap.
Okay.
Because you look over with your one eye to see a little tiny jar with your other eye in there.
What in the New Vegas big mountain shit is this?
Squirrels together.
And
Literally Rocket Raccoon. Albie had it right.
And
oh my god. I didn't have to be made this way.
And you hear
oh my god.
You hear
oh my god.
That's the other fun thing. You could still interpret what the storm giant is saying, but you can't respond. Anything distressed that you say, if you're trying in your brain, you're like you're trying to say, like, you know, unhand me, release me. Hey, you're not supposed to organize it like that. All that comes out is just squeak, 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 squeak. And you see that this giant is like writing in this tome, and he goes, "Oh, for God's sakes!" And he presses a button, and you are shocked into silence. In fact, actually, you black out for a second, and you wake up. And he kind of looks over at you and goes, only unconscious for a few days this time. Judging by the intelligence in those eyes, it doesn't seem I was able to fully take away your awakening. So I can't fully reject nature, it seems.
He squeaks angrily.
I know you can understand me. Squeak again, and we'll find out when you wake up next.
Visible fear.
Behave. Well, I suppose I can give the rest of your awakening back. I was able to reverse engineer some of it. When you look again, you're normal squirrel size, but the eye was the size you were when you were awakened fully. So, bigger. You know, the eye size equivalent of a squirrel who was 3.5 feet tall. So that eye was taken while you were fully digit. Right now, you're just dig.
Dig.
Oh
God.
And you see that he you see that he goes, right.
Dig was my feral name. My awakened name is Digit.
God. He goes, well, while you're awake, let's see if you're... Oh, it's been a while. Last time we did these trials, you were fully awakened, but when you're in this state, before I get you back to your fully awakened state, if I can, I think we'll figure out if your pain receptors are those of an intelligent nature or of an animal. And you see that he takes out a scalpel. This is a scalpel for a giant.
I have seen your Gomja bar, and I fear nothing.
The moment you feel the tip of the scalpel start cutting into your skin...
JK, I fear fucking all of this right now.
Yeah, the moment you feel it cut into your skin, the memory fades.
Oh, fuck.
Key emotions that come from this. Fear. Powerlessness. More fear. Oh my god, so much fear. Confusion. Oops, there it is. More fear. But as you kind of if anybody was in the room with you, they would probably see you fucking hyperventilating like a motherfucker. And as you kind of, have your massive panic attack, you kind of start to become a bit more conscious again. Start to kind of notice that you are hyperventilating. In what state of mind you can't quite recall at this point. You don't know whether it's because you're still thinking of the memory or if it's because you're getting fucking zapped in a chair. You don't have the luxury to find out. But you just know that right now you are hyperventilating and that right now you need to calm down. You start to kind of control your breathing again. You start to kind of instinctually like grip and ungrip your hands. You kind of even like flex your tail, kind of instinctually like kind of, you can't see right now because you're still like partially incapacitated, but you feel your eyes like blinking. You feel the grounding nature of your mechanical parts as you kind of start to center again, and you realize the artificer, the storm giant, he's not anywhere near you. You are amongst people that have not tried to hurt you because of your awakened nature. Something that you didn't choose to begin with.
This gives credence to why he's so uneasy around overzealous scientists.
And you start to realize is like you have essentially a support group. They don't try to fucking open you up and figure out what makes you tick every time you create a new contraption. Instead, the people that see you do that thing, they're like, hell, fuck yeah, that's super helpful, actually. Hell yeah.
Just keep it over there.
Yeah, just keep it over there. Please, God, if it explodes, please, no. Keep it away. You could use it, just not near us. But like
Except
those
for
are
his super cool black hole device.
That you've only used it on one person and they got disoriented as fuck.
But it's
Weird.
Yeah.
Just,
but
you
start
gravitational collapse as an experience.
Yep. You start to realize it's like I am safe amongst these people. I am not safe in the mall. That is an established fact. But you are arguably almost more safe now than you were probably ever outside of the maw. And it's not because of the nature of the maw. It's because of the people that you encountered along the way. You start to realize is like, if I can, once again, just like the kind of the lesson that you learned from the heart, if I start to direct my science towards things that aren't just crazy experimentations that have no remote no remote regard for the safety of others, if you could direct that, and you've been making strides to make that better, more safe for those around you, but more deadly for those that you want it to be more deadly for. And you start to feel confident. You start to feel the fear starts to go away. What's replaced in there is if what has typically consumed you in the past was flight, this is fight. This is you being as cringe as it is, with your friends by your side. You can do this.
It's the duality of the saying, reach out and touch someone in an affectionate and lethal manner.
I can touch you now.
I should have filled my role, kaboom.
Yeah, you start to realize that, like, you have a healthy fear of predators in the maw. but you can take them bitches. You fucking shot down plenty of them at this point. It's not filling you with a false sense of confidence either. It's not like you're like, I can take down the world. No, it's like, I survived this. I have survived it so far. I have survived it not just because of myself. I have survived it because I am surrounded by allies. Allies that allow me to experiment. Allies that allow me to do this thing so I can contribute, so I can help them and they can help me. You are filled with a determination that you probably didn't notice before. But you feel like your fire's been relit. Ready or determined to beat the fear, to not succumb to it anymore. And as you kind of start to come to those conclusions, the lightning ceases, the barrier lifts, and you, my little cotton ball, are free to go. The guard will just go, all right, hey, good job. It's going to be very interesting figuring out how to get you ready. But again, as we have said before, the small lizard, we definitely can. Nothing is impossible.
He just kind of quietly nods as he walks out. He static shocks anybody he passes along the way.
Zap, zap.
So
zap,
just
zap,
about
zap.
everybody as it climbs back into his basket, hugs his little warm
That's
crystal.
got soft furry stuff too, so you're just generating more static electricity.
Yeah.
It's okay. Dirt makes for a good grounding rod.
Friendship is power. Be the apex predator. Hell yes.
Cool. So the guard will kind of look and goes, all right, you have been yes, the green one. Are you ready? No, yes. The moment you step into this room,
Don't get in that chair.
yeah, the moment you step into that room, you see that the chair and the crystals above it start to kind of hum. And the guard looks at them and goes, huh. That's strange. Esteban, you feel your pack is also gently humming. And if you choose to walk away a little bit to figure out if what's going on is what's going on, the moment you exit that room away from those crystals, your crystal stops humming. Go back in there, hums. Go back out, stops humming. Rinse and repeat. And they go, are you all right? I don't quite know why the crystals are humming, but it doesn't look dangerous. If it does end up being dangerous, we will get the machine turned off and we will figure out a different way to profile you. It is strange, though. Yes.
Do I notice this standing in the doorway?
If you look at the crystals, you'll see that they're humming, which is different to everything that you have witnessed so far. Well, yes. I doubt we'll know if it's dangerous until it becomes dangerous. I just wanted to give you a bit of a heads up. Anything that typically acts unusual inherently carries some sort of risk. I'm not going to say that it is not safe, but I also can no longer say it is 100% safe. It's probably more like a 95% chance.
Alright, but if anything happens, it's on you guys.
Well,
I
of
just
course.
look back at Dirt, like, you're gonna be watching, right? Steps into the
Dirt would
room.
also like. Hold on. Does Dirt notice the bag does it too?
Give me a perception check.
Because while I feel like he'd have some context clues as to why, considering they questioned.
Yeah, it's
the
gonna
questions
be
he answered.
probably like a DC like 20, but you are welcome to do a perception check. Nice. You do notice that his pack is humming.
And then yeah, Dirt will definitely look at Esteban and like try not to look at the bag, but like hold his hand out like I can take it if you need it.
I said that's not fair. You got more caffeine than I did.
Are you telling Esteban that?
No, he'll just hold his hand out slightly and like shrug and then put his hand back down like I'm here if you need it.
I'm about to say is like Esteban.
But there'll be no words unless there's
yeah,
a mental connection made.
I would say is like even if you aren't using like telepathy or anything, you have known Dirt well and long enough to know he is offering probably to take the thing that's in your pack. The very thought of you doing that is
but yeah,
inconceivable.
Dirt's picked up on. That's why he's not pushing it at all. He's like, you're either gonna piss him off or see what this does. It's up to you, bud.
But yeah, the guard would be like, if you
I
would
feel like I lose either way. Well, I'd probably Esteban would probably hesitate, but probably hand the pack to the Dirt.
If you try to hand him the pack, you are overcome with a desire to not do that.
No, it'll be okay, buddy. Just you might want to stand there though, just in case.
Do I notice the fucking golem change in him?
No, I would say that he doesn't give off the like impression that he's like resisting or anything. He does look like he goes to like put his hand like
Reach
on the
my
pouch,
arm out,
but then
and then
but then he looks like he's just like like
it's fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
All right. And Dirt would probably just shrug, like, well, you know best here.
Cool. So Esteban, you're gonna take a seat in the chair.
Into the chair.
Into the chair. Get you dragged in. Get you,
Yeah.
Not like that. Oh my god.
Sir?
There we go.
It aggressively grabs the screen whenever that happens, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how to fucking... Is it click? I don't know how to get it, actually. Weird. Anyways. Dirt, are you standing in the doorway or are you inside the room?
I'll step in, I guess.
Okay.
Just be aware that by extension, Digit is with you.
Oops, sorry. There.
Okay.
That way I'm not in the
Okay.
way. Dirt's a bit large.
So Esteban, you get the same like spiel. And he goes, good to go?
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right. Presses the button. Barrier goes down.
Oh.
You guys outside. You don't see any sort of exterior. Well,
no.
Unfortunately for Digit is inside the room.
Unfortunately.
No, wait a second.
But yeah, Evangeline and Varaxis, you can't. It feels. It almost feels like there's an error in your sight. You blink, the door's closed. You didn't hear it close. You didn't see it close. You just blinked, and it's closed. You do know, though, that it was open before.
I don't like that.
All right. And Digit or Dirt, if you look behind you, you will notice that again, there was no sound, but if you look behind you, the door is closed. And Dirt, if you try to open it, it doesn't open.
I was gonna say,
Digit,
as far as I
Digit's
knew,
like,
there's no fucking locks or anything here. There's just
Yeah, no, it's
a
just
door with no handle.
Yep, like a smooth stone door, basically.
yeah, he's
No
like
handle,
putting his
no
little
keyhole, no
paws all
nothing.
over it, like, Dirt, when did this isn't?
Yeah,
Digit.
Digit. You've witnessed a lot of these so far. None of them have caused the door to close.
And Dirt's like,
what's going?
Especially
funny
because
enough.
it feels like your brain skipped processing the door closing.
is it similar to what they did when they locked me in here for the interrogation?
Nope.
Oh, no. So even different from that.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And I can't. So above board, because below board, Dirt and I believe it was Digit, right? The only two people that their memories were modified, right?
Oh, for the robot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, above board, just so you guys can kind of visualize it, kind of a similar situation. It was like one nanosecond, the construct was there. The next nanosecond it was gone. Everything in between.
What construct?
Exactly. In this case, you understand that there's a door there. You just don't know. When did that door close? When did that door lock? Wait, because there's blanks in your memory.
Dirt is. While Dirt would normally be like slightly worried, considering how many memories he's missing, he's more looking for reactions in the room from the others.
Poor Digit. You just left this room and now you have to be here. All right. Esteban. So yeah, the barrier goes down. The crystals start to light up. The green crystal begins to zap you. Oh, wait! No, it doesn't. All the lightning redirects. Like they're getting grabbed by the bloodstone.
Trying not to make eye contact with the guy with the button.
The guy with the button is like, what is happening? He does start to make motions to start grabbing one of the cords to like kind of help disconnect it. But before he can, the barrier that was around you dissipates.
So,
And
what happened?
Well, it was like a little one of those lightning balls that you can stick your hand on and it goes to your fingers.
Yeah. The moment
Plasma
We
ball.
took away the barrier.
the moment the barrier disappears, the green crystal, Digit, you'll notice it because you're a little bit more familiar with these crystals. You see a single crack.
He starts tapping on Dirt's head, like, grab him, grab him, grab him, grab him, grab him.
Dirt, if you start to try to go to grab him, the energy that got absorbed by the bloodstone shorts out everybody's vision for a second. The room goes dark. And you hear confusion from the guard. You hear the sounds of cords being pulled. But Dirt and Esteban, you'll recognize this voice. Digit, you won't.
Can I,
Tell, buddy.
as a reaction to this, cast a spell?
Negative. This happens too fast. This is within probably a few seconds.
Sure.
If this had been combat, this would have been a surprise round.
Yeah, I was gonna fucking fairy fire.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, your guys' vision kind of comes back, but any light that was coming from the crystals is completely gone. And is a dark room. And I'll reiterate, Esteban and Dirt, you recognize this voice. Digit, you have never heard this voice a fucking day in your life. Because honestly, if you did, you would probably have a bit of an instinctual fear because it reminds you of a certain artificer.
Yep.
Without further ado, you guys hear. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. Moment he says that, you see the guard that was at the chair fucking disintegrates.
What?
No sound. No anything. And he goes, no. Nobody tells me what to do. And not bringing me this close to the maelstrom again. No. No. Well. Oh, I'll fix my little temper tantrum. Waves his hand, and you guys can't understand. You are rapidly trying to process the situation, but it's all happening so fucking fast. You're just like, what? What the fuck? Huh? What? As no sooner than that guard disintegrates, he comes back. Intact. But this time, what you can only imagine is what it looks like if a waterborne passes out. It's kind of just slumped against the wall. It's Evangeline, you are welcome to do a perception check, but I warn you, you're gonna need a crit. Nothing better than your best would be able to. Nothing worse than your best would let you hear him. Yeah, be my guest. Alas. So, Digit, you see a strange man in this room. He's really tall. Covered in like a pale, like not stark white, but like a pale, like kind of brighter gray robe, tattered. You try to take a peek at the face. There is nothing there. Not that you could see, at least. But you see like gloved hands, but he is tall and incredibly skinny. And the caretaker, Dirt, this is the first time you've probably seen him up close since way back when. He looks, you can't get a view of his face, just like with everybody else. You can't get an idea, but you know it's him. He looks even more unhinged from when you were sent. This is the attitude of a guy who has gone so fucking insane. He's just like, I don't care. I'm throwing everything at the wall until it works. I don't care how dangerous it is. And while you might be trying to bash the door in, Evangeline, you hear one of the guards go, "I don't know why it's locked. It's very strange." He goes to try to open up the door, but gets like launched back against the wall when he tries to like actually like unlock the door. And he goes, "Oh, it's not pleasant. That you weren't going to break in there. I'm sorry. It's quite literally not possible." It's not that I'm going to stop you. You are welcome to try, but it's designed to contain rogue warforged, even the stronger ones. It's not going to bend to any of us. We just have to hope whoever is inside stays safe. Haha. So
Let me in, slut.
the caretaker will kind of start pacing around. He looks aggravated. He goes, "Oh, you!" And he points to you, Digit.
Digit is like in a
I've
pseudo threat
seen-
display. He hasn't reached for anything because he's like, this guy's way. What is with this guy's magic?
You witnessed him essentially Thanos snap a guy out of existence and then bring him back.
Oh yeah, like the sheer arcane energy this guy probably exudes is like.
There is nothing arcane about what this guy's doing.
Also,
no, what the fuck?
This doesn't feel arcane.
What is it? Is it like empty, kind of void-like, or?
In a way, yeah.
Oh boy. So
after seeing the current version and him pointing at Digit, Dirt's hand would immediately go up to like push Digit back down in the basket.
Yeah.
Like,
the way that I would describe it is, while I say empty, and yes, it's more along the lines of, it doesn't feel arcane. It feels ancient. It feels like primordial.
oh god. Okay.
If I had to put it in,
So nothing like Netherese, but
if I had to put it in the phrasings of, say, mechanically, again, this is not an exact description of it, but it's a way to kind of explain, like, not explain, but like describe the fuckiness of this magic. Mechanically, this is almost like pre-Karsus, like the initial end of magic. This feels, this would be mechanically, this before that. So we're talking
what, like pre-spell plague type shit?
Pre-spell plague.
Oh Jesus.
Super magic. The fact that he can use it, you don't, as Digit, you can't possibly comprehend it. But mechanically, like above board, the fact that he can use it.
Yeah, he's never experienced anything like this, even from the strongest mages or artificers he's come into contact with. He is like,
if you didn't know any better, this is like god levels of magic.
Yeah, he's just trying not to provoke a response at this point.
And yeah, he'll
point very serious all of a sudden.
He'll point towards Digit and he goes, "All right, well, I'm stuck here for at least a few minutes, so
he whispers
I'm going
to Dirt,
to take
"Is
advantage
this the
of
guy
this."
you guys keep talking to?"
Yes, this is the guy that you keep talking about. Yes. So
he kind of goes to himself, "Holy shit, they're not crazy."
He snaps his fingers and your rifle disappears, and it's in his hands. And he goes, interesting. this is only from the what was it? The ninth, 10th, 11th? I don't remember. It's really high up though. So, how did you get this little squirrel? Wait. Let me guess. You let me guess. You found it in a tree, didn't you? That's genius. That's hilarious.
You're just saying that because I'm a squirrel.
Oh, but am I wrong?
I mean, no.
That's comical. Oh, finding a nice shiny green gem in a tree. Well, seeing as how you're working with...
I don't get it.
Seeing as how you're working with Esteban, I'll let you keep it. I won't try to figure out where or how you came upon this and repurposed it. Is fascinating, though.
Well, if I was paying any less attention, I would have tripped over it. But okay, thank you, I guess. Was that a little backhanded? I apologize. Please don't, do that thing to us right now.
Fox!
His
How are
hand goes
you?
up and he's just like closing Digit's mouth.
He like looks at you, kind of trying to mumble through your fingers. It's like, who the fuck is Vox?
The moment you say that, you blink. The caretaker's face is a little too close to yours. And he just goes.
He has the strongest urge to touch his cheeks, but he is doing everything he can to restrain himself.
Even though you have your like intellectual curiosity, all of your survival instincts are saying no.
Yeah, no, he's no. That's okay. You're too close, and I can't.
He's
talk
staring.
shit or
He's
be
staring
fun.
at you, Digit, and he goes. I would recommend you listen to Vox. You should probably be quiet before I shut it for you.
His prosthetic like rotates and kind of like clicks into place for a somewhat closer view, and he just holds stock still.
You see emptiness. No facial features. It
just smooth.
No, not you smooth.
Oh.
Empty.
Oh.
There is nothing there.
That puts so much more fear in him. And
there is nothing remotely comfortingly human about this thing.
He just follows the nudge from Dirt and like
is definitely gonna try to like make himself the
focus
person in front of him at the moment.
Hunkers down inside the basket as much as he can and is just like, I'm going to just remove myself.
Good.
This is a lot to take in all of a sudden.
Good. Be happy that you're at least still conscious. Right. Fox! Oh, it's been couple tens of thousands of years? 1,000 years? 100 years? 1,000,000 years? I have no idea. It's been so long. I thought all was lost, but then but then Esteban, you managed to get a hold of the stone, so you succeeded. So congratulations. It took a bit longer than I was hoping, but it seems like the passage of time prevented some people from coming down further. And there was a group of adventurers, a couple hundred, 1,000, 3,000, 1,000,000. Don't know, but there was a group of adventurers. They came down. They missed the stone. I about hunted them down myself and made them find it, but I couldn't find them. Eventually, I lost them. But they died eventually. One's in the water. Being back up here on the 5th layer has sort of jogged my memory just a bit. Hey, Esteban. So, about that key. It's here. It's here in the city. It's with it's, it's with it's with the one they call the the uh the archivist? Yes. the the way he's like me. It's interesting that he's all the way up here.
Sorry, that just like killed me.
But yeah, he goes, right, the archivist, it's that's what they call him. Just like how they call me the the caretaker. The archivist. Ah, yes. You, and he'll point towards Digit. We just need one to go there. And Esteban doesn't have to be the one, so it's it's going to be you. You're going to talk to the archivist. I already know you're going to. We're going to make sure of it. You're going to talk to the archivist, right?
Maybe.
Let's try this again. You're going to talk to the archivist, right?
What is happening here?
Vox is definitely gonna look back and be like, just say yes.
Everything in my body is telling me no.
You don't
Those
want
are
to
your
listen to
survival
your body
instincts.
then?
The no is the
Don't
don't
listen.
disagree.
Your survival instincts are wrong.
The no isn't to tell him no. The no is saying don't disagree with it. No.
He like side eyes Esteban.
Oh, do you need motivation? Oh, I can. I can do
See,
motivation just fine. Right,
It was
so
kind
because
of in
you're
the
not
plan
going
anyway.
No,
to
don't
go
worry.
there.
Because you seem a bit unsure. Esteban, give you a wisdom save.
Oh Jesus Christ! I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Oh
no.
God.
Esteban, you take 11 psychic damage. Which is honestly, even down here, it's not that significant. Just a little yank. Yeah, you fucking get the goddamn, leash pull. And Digit, you see Esteban is suddenly visibly in pain.
And he goes, "Oh, that's what's happened. That's what."
So, let's try this one more time.
You've been doing this.
You're.
And he kind of
At
goes
that
back
moment,
down.
Vox,
And he just
Vox
goes, "Yeah,
would
I'll
also
go talk to the
You're
architect."
going to talk to him, yeah?
And be like, hold on.
You're going. What's up?
Yeah,
Caretaker. Caretaker.
Yes, Vox?
We'll get
I'm so glad you're alive, by the way. It's good. It's good. And for a split second, Vox, you. While while you can't see his expression, you see that his kind of mannerisms do soften a bit looking at you. And the laughter, while it's still there, kind of goes, It it is good to see you again, Vox. I'm glad you're alive.
Came back.
It's
I'm gonna help.
honestly, I wish you hadn't. It's dangerous. It's very dangerous. I wanted you to leave. You don't deserve this. Honestly, none of the ones here deserve this, but
Then why
unfortunately,
are we doing
I.
What was my purpose? What did you make me for? Remember?
I just wanted you. I redirected your purpose to escape.
What did you originally make me for?
Oh, well. It was to maintain the seals. You do have a point. Which, while it is regretful that you are back, I won't say no to a helping hand. However, unfortunately, until I realized that you were amongst your group, I have had to be a bit more persuasive to some of the other members of your group. So, I will say it is unfortunate, but I will not stop. Unfortunately for Esteban,
We're not gonna stop either. We're
oh, I get it.
fix the
However,
seals. Push back as much dark as we can.
I just have to make sure that there's a guarantee. And there's a great way to make sure that there's a guarantee. And Esteban is it. And for now, unless the Maw takes him. And then hopefully the Bloodstone finds another. However, I'm not saying I'm going to let him die either. He was allowed. In a way. He is helping. I have been. I try not to get violent. You know, that's not what I want to do. But when you've been locked away for 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 100,000, 3 million, I don't know. But when you've been down here, hoping that Tharizdun does not come in and take me, it does things and pushes people to desperation. So until I have been given my safety, I unfortunately will stop at nothing to ensure my own survival, because I am also the last remaining person capable of finalizing the last locks that are broken. Without me, his freedom is inevitable. And I don't want him out. So, I have to do whatever it takes. But, there is a thing that you can say to these waterborne things. You might have been made privy. I believe I said it to, I don't remember anymore. About the rogue Warforged? Yes, they are, I have forgotten the protective runes that I put on you, Vox. So, each rogue Warforged has been a bit of a desperate attempt to try to break through the shadows and get up to the surface to find someone else. Anyone. The more people, more individuals I can send to find the keys that control the locks around my vault, faster I can be freed. I don't know how much longer it's going to be before the shadows win. So, Esteban will remain leashed. And I don't pull on it unless he does something that might jeopardize my freedom. And I love to give information, it's just my memory isn't what it used to be. So, I apologize if my methods are a bit violent. I don't want to be like this. But I do what I can.
Hang in there. We're on our way.
Hmm.
We've hung in for thousands of years.
Has it only been a few thousand? I have no idea anymore. I've run out of wall, you see. And the floor's been covered as well. I lost count.
Hearing all of this, Digit really just feels like so sorry for this dude. Because he's finally like seeing what everybody's been seeing, and he's got like context now, and he's like
Above board, it's like a wounded animal. You feel sorry, but you gotta remember it's also likely to lash out.
Right, it's like he's very much a hostile entity here, but God, what the fuck?
I'm glad I have done my job very well then. Yay, inner turmoil.
Dirt, or Vox, in this case, I suppose. Damn you. How dare you drop Vox with these fuckers around? But,
there he goes. You need to explain that later.
Oh,
in character, Vox just has more reason to get down there.
Yeah. Hearing Digit say that, he looked at you, Digit, for a second. He goes,
Please don't smite me. Well, I'll talk to. Well,
interesting.
What?
Vox, you haven't told them?
Haven't seen the need to.
Fair. I'll
Our
leave
goal
that in
still
your
remains
court
the
then.
same.
I'll leave that in your court. Don't worry, I won't spoil anything.
It's not as if I have all my memories anyway.
I apologize for that. I wish I could have helped more. But
I mean, I made it out, though.
you did. I am very glad you are alive. But, yes. Digit, was it? Right? Yes. Right, yes. You? At this point, my name seems to be getting thrown around like nobody cares anymore, so... I won't wipe your slate. But... Right. Seeing as how you're going to pick up where Esteban would not be able to go, seeing as how it's intelligent, the design that these Waterborn have enacted, having somebody like the Archivist hide away from that thing in the water. The aboleth, though. Would you like to know something fun? I'd love to share.
Sure.
That Aboleth, while he's not an ally, he does want the same thing that Tharizdun does. I would highly advise you don't let him know how to break the seals. Because if he finds out, it might be over.
Well, we don't intend to let that. We don't intend to let that thing persist. And
See that you don't.
we will. Yep. And
Mm-hmm.
I will.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let's not hurt him again, please. And I'll.
Well, don't worry. I won't appear before you unless I am forced to like this again. This is old. Old, 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 old. The crystal, that is. And there are more plentiful. Goodbye. You lost dirt.
Somebody died.
No. Dirt died. Welcome back.
It doesn't like me. I wasn't even doing anything this time, and it kicked me.
He's like, get the fuck out of here. But yeah, he just goes, just like, all right. Yeah, I won't manifest in front of you unless I'm forced to like this. The crystals, I think these are the only two left. The rest were eaten. By the shadows.
Eaten?
Oh, by the shadows, of course. You see, when a layer is flooded, it all goes away. The seals will help bring back some, but it won't be the same. Which, congratulations, by the way, for activating the other seals. Is good. That's very important. Keep doing that. Do not stop doing that. All right? All right. Good. Esteban. Interesting way to talk again, isn't it? Don't worry. If Digit fails, you'll just have to go instead. So, let's make sure Digit accomplishes what he needs to do. Because honestly, I'm not a fan of using you as a motivational tool for other people.
Well, I'm not a fan seeing my friends hurt, so we'll make sure it gets taken care of. And yeah, and then we don't have to do this again.
Let's clarify. As much as I don't wish to hurt any of you, I don't care if you're not a fan of what I do. Let's make that clear. So if you have that thought, probably just keep it to yourself. Right. Anywho, Esteban, it must be refreshing to see not just me talking to you. In fact, there isn't much I need to say. It is good to see you still intact. But I do have a bit of a gift I can give. I guess while I'm here, I was planning on bringing it up a little later. But seeing as how you have revealed the city to me that has been nagging at my mind, I could not quite figure out exactly where this was. So I remember now. So that's good. But if you would please, let me see your weapon. Right. Okay. So a strange thing I'm sure you've noticed when the creatures of the mall, they seem to tell the future a bit, don't they? A strange side effect of evolving in this sort of environment. But
Kind of have been, haven't they?
with just a little bit of disorientation, you might be able to ruin their sight for a second. Kind of taps his hand against the flat of the blade. You see it starts to kind of phase in and out a lot more rapidly. Back to when you initially got a hold of the sword. You're back to not being able to exactly tell when it's visible and when it's not, because it's practically just strobing rapidly. He hands it back to you and he goes, all right, now I have put a rune on it. And so, oh, right. If, yeah, you'll find out. Right, so the rune, doesn't work frequently, but it should work at least a couple times against the wildlife. I don't quite know exactly how long it'll work, but it's better than nothing. So, that is my next gift to you. Enjoy. And also, as a matter of fact, this would help you. Sort of a double-edged sword against me. Looks at you, Vox. He goes, all right. Well, I'm just going to. And he reaches his hand towards your head.
Oh no.
Digit gradually recoils inside the basket. Like a cat when you reach for its face.
Esteban, he gently gets a pretty solid grip on your head. And he goes, this might sting just a little bit. And you feel a series of what feel like psychic spikes getting driven into your skull for a second. But after it ends, you feel more resistant, more like you're more capable of fighting off psychic influence. And he goes, can't let my favorite courier or delivery or however you want to describe yourself, I won't put an exact label on it, could help you survive. The aboleth shouldn't bother you anymore, so that's good. Right. Anyways, He kind of looks down at an imaginary watch. And he goes, "It seems I no longer have to be here. And, well, I'm just going to take a look outside." And you blink, and he's gone. And the lights come back on, or the crystals like start to kind of glow again. They no longer hum. But the caretaker is nowhere to be found. The door, if you look back behind you, has been open this whole time. Whoa!
Digit is frantically looking around for his rifle.
Your rifle is back in your basket as if you had never handed it over to the caretaker.
He just lowers it into the bag of holding and cinches it shut.
The
Motherfucker.
the waterborne that was slumped against the wall kind of wakes up again, and he goes, "Oh, is that what it's like being unconscious? I do not like it." Looks at you, Esteban, he goes, "Are you all right? There was a bit of a flare-up, and I disconnected it, but it seems like I may have disconnected the wrong cord. 1,000 apologies. That has never happened before."
From his nose.
Yeah, he gives off no impression that he is like fully cognizant of what just fucking happened. Well, again, I apologize. But luckily, it seems like the profiling was successful, so good job. This will, though it does seem a bit strange. It says here, though. Huh. Seems like you actually would be good to go. We'll keep an eye on it. I don't think I have ever seen anyone already ready to enter the inner city.
Maybe it's why I had that adverse reaction.
Maybe. I don't know. This is a first, so we'll bring it up to the archivist and see if...
I
Well,
mean, the moss stretched him, so it does weird things here.
I don't know what that means. It seems unpleasant. Anyways, there should be dryborn accommodations. You should be good to go.
Thank you. Dirt will also be passing the basket to Evangeline for now.
Digit looks absolutely fucking shook.
Yeah.
He looks over to Esteban with a look that's like, "Did we talk about this? What the what did...
We're talking about shit here.
Yeah, he isn't saying anything, but he's just like giving that look of like, no, yes, what the fuck just happened?
We have two people with psychic connections. The Skype call is up, and if the Skype call is up, then Vox would be like, "We'll talk about things without other ears around."
Oh wait, did Digit also get the fucking...
I'm assuming all of you were in a Skype call.
I'm about to say, Evangeline reached out to like probably everyone when they called out earlier. It's just Esteban is the one that actually replied.
Yeah, so he just gives a little tiny nod towards Esteban and just stays quiet in the basket.
Cool. Yeah, you guys are brought shown a. It looks very similar to the rest of the buildings, but when you go inside, you see actual beds. You see. It looks. It works, but it looks like the idea of somebody who doesn't understand people. They're just like, yeah, they need bed things, right? This is what a bed looks like. Yeah. It's like everything is just like, okay, I mean, it works and like it is kind of comfortable, but like they're just like, I hope everything is accommodating. If you need anything, we don't eat, but we do kill some of the wildlife and we take furs, but if you need to go out on a hunt, you can go out with the rest of us. Together, you can get food.
I do have a question.
Yes.
I know that thing can affect the water around here. Would it be better to make our own water via magic instead of drinking anything from this area?
As you say that, you see actually a waterborne. If you guys are back out on the street, like the main street, as you guys kind of like are making your way over to like the Who-Man accommodations, you see a waterborne is on this like boar construct, rides over to you guys, looks over at Alcanor, and honestly the rest of the waterborne, and he goes, "We only have a week. He's coming back." The moment he says that, you start to notice some sort of a weird change in the everything around you. The walls are like weirdly damp now and like a little slimy.
Oh.
And hey, Veraxis,
Yeah.
from that lovely little check that you had a long time ago, these are indicators of an aboleth lair.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'll go ahead and describe it like mechanically, but underground surfaces within 1 mile of the aboleth lair are slimy and wet and are difficult terrain. Luckily, the brickwork doesn't seem like it's difficult terrain, but it's definitely damp and not like pleasant to walk on anymore. If there is snow on top of it, though, that is still like snow. It doesn't feel like that's been like fucked with.
So glad I'm a Warforged and I don't have to deal with like soggy socks and whatnot.
Yeah, it's not like it's the yeah exactly. If you're walking outside with socks, yep, soaked. But yeah, water sources within 1 mile of the lair are supernaturally fouled. Enemies of the aboleth that drink such water vomit it within minutes. So yeah, after hearing that news, the waterborne that was walking you guys to your like quarters,
Don't drink the water.
was like, I would recommend creating your own water.
Got it.
And it seems like the really hoping to not have to fight that thing so soon. It's only been a month.
That doesn't bode well either.
No value.
You all have an option now. You can leave and come back in a week or longer. But, seeing as how we already have your profiles, what we can do is we can sort of fast track your trials. We should be able to get it accomplished within a week, with enough time for you to rest. But outside combat experience would probably be helpful against an aboleth. It will take about a week, probably. He is currently forming, and he has formed just enough to start affecting the land around him. And luckily, that means that he cannot sneak up on us. However, it does mean he is coming back. So
we fast track through, or we stay a week and either help fight, or we stay longer and let you all fight?
correct. You would not be staying here. We would require you to exit the city, not because we don't like you, but because it's just too close to the Abalette's influence. Even out here. Even if it's faint. You would need to either return to the upper layers or go back to probably the ice worm layer. Might be closer. But no matter what, you should go through the trials, because ascending, from what we have gathered, ascending from the lower layers, if your mind is not prepared, will probably shatter your mind. So if you wish to follow my advice, well, it may be a bit selfish because we would appreciate you helping us in the fight to come. You would probably, seeing as how you would need to do the trials no matter what, we are definitely capable of getting you ready. It's just not going to be as slow and comfortable as we were originally going to do.
Nothing has been slow and comfortable for me since I've gotten here.
What? Dirt's gonna look, I guess, to probably back and forth between Evangeline, who he knows has similar morals to him, in the wants to help if can, but also is looking at Esteban like, do we need to rush this?
Do gotta eventually find that thing on the lower levels.
Right now, is like Evangeline knows some of the stakes, but even she doesn't know like the full fucking stakes.
It would be really bad if it kills you. It would also be really, really bad if it somehow kills Esteban, who has a fucking blood orb thing.
I like my brain matter, please.
Dirt really wants to help, but also, again, we can't
Well,
really.
for now, it's still going to be a week, but I would recommend you get some sleep no matter your decision. We would not be starting the trials today anyways. You could get some rest, think on it, and depending on your decision, we will either be seeing you, or we will start with a favor to get you prepared.
All right.
But for now, get some rest.
Oh, I suppose before we rest, I should probably drop some stuff off at your blacksmith.
Yes. You just rest for now. The Forge Master is going to be a bit occupied with getting
That's
some
fair.
things prepared. So, first thing in the morning, stop by him, and anything that he might do, if it is to equip you, would take less time than needed. So, no matter what, you should have your items prepared if you plan on staying. If you don't plan on staying, I would not bother even talking with the Forge Master until after you return. Yeah, they will escort you to your little quarters. Again, they're kind of shabby, but they work. Everybody's able to get a like comfortable enough sleep, especially with it being warm now in your general vicinity. Sleep probably comes to a couple of you guys maybe a little sooner than others. Digit, you probably have a much harder time sleeping.
Again, been through a lot.
Yeah. Esteban, you're probably tired. Not because at this point you're just like fucking caretaker, god damn it. Probably just tired just from the fatigue of having to deal with his ass. Yeah. But yeah, Esteban, I'll kind of quickly give you kind of a mechanical description of what has affected you. One, you are immune to any charm effects that the aboleth might use against you. Full stop, immune.
Damn.
And your Fade Metal Sword, as we were discussing previously, the way that I'm going to rule it is once per long rest, you can invoke the sword and disable clairvoyance for a turn until the start of your next turn.
Damn, that's a round of hits for everybody.
So that shall be your artifact upgrade. In fact, actually, if you look in your pack where you had that magic bark is gone. Or if it is in there, it's like just wood now. Looks like the caretaker probably stole some of that Heart of the Grove energy. Used it as a bit of a catalyst. But yeah, that is your artifact upgrade. I'll formalize it and also put it on your sword, so you don't have to like constantly fucking try to remember. But yeah, you guys, you don't have to, but I'm assuming you guys probably all do head to go to bed, and that is all I've got for this session. Joke's on you guys. I said it was going to be a shorter session. I lied. I had many things I wanted to say.
There was lore. So much lore.
There was so much lore. Oh my
So
god.
much lore.
I hurt
All the lore.
myself today.
But yeah, everybody is able to take your long rests.
I dropped my phone.
Digit has some new traumas in more ways than one.
He doesn't think everybody's crazy anymore. That's the big thing.
Yeah, but like, what's better? That everybody's crazy, or that unfortunately the source of the crazy is something honestly much worse?
Yeah, he
Is it
feels
better that they're crazy or that the voices in their head are real?
I say you watched a man get disintegrated and brought back to life.
Yeah, like he's very much got like the mindset of like this guy just exudes hostility, but he can't help but feel pity for him. Like he feels sorry for him.
One of those where it's like, I don't know if I can trust it.
Right, like he's like,
I don't know if he exudes hostility so much as danger towards
that's
everything.
there you go. That's more
in
accurate.
the way.
He's just he exudes that danger, like that feeling of danger that's so extreme, and he can't help but feel feel sorry for him because of like the situation he's in, and just how it's kind of like destroyed his mental. But he's like, if he doesn't, now he's involved. Fuck! If
Also-
he doesn't do what he says, he's just gonna keep hurting Esteban, and that's not good.
Aha, hostages.
I will let you know every time you said "but" with a different fluctuation on the U's had me dying. I had to mute myself to laugh for a couple of those.
Can we trust the caretaker? Probably not, but hey,
Can the caretaker trust the caretaker? I don't know.
probably not.
You can trust that the caretaker wants us to get the seals done. It's about all you can trust there,
Yeah.
I think.
It's like two people that have got daggers hidden behind their backs that are both working together. It's just like,
I might have to stab this motherfucker
I might have
later.
to stab him, or he might have to stab me. I don't fucking know.
We're gonna stab each other, and we're gonna see how it goes.
Yeah, who fucking knows?
Also, I have a feeling I'm going to be hit with some long conversations next session via party members.
Oh yeah, because now that Digit's keyed in, haha, funny. He doesn't know what the fuck these keys are about. He doesn't know what the fuck ultimately is going on. He's just learned about all this. He doesn't know what the hell is happening, but he knows
Braxis
now.
hasn't seen the caretaker yet.
Congratulations,
Braxis has not
basket
tried.
squirrel.
Yeah, Basket Squirrel got inadvertently shown what's been fucking with everybody. And Evangeline still hasn't been able to see him fully.
The way that it would have worked if you had not gone in there, if you, Dirt and Digit, if you had not gone in there, that's why I had to clarify. One, obviously, all of the energy would have gotten directed at Esteban, and two, he would have told Esteban to make sure that Digit talks with the Archivist.
Now you got the threat directly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's what would have happened. But yeah, he's like, all right, let's just skip the middleman. Oh, you don't want to, you're unsure? Here, let me fix that for you.
Yeah, because his immediate reaction was like, you're kind of a freaky bitch, and I don't trust you because you just obliterated a man.
Haha, you don't have to trust me. You don't have a choice.
Right, he's like, it doesn't matter. You're gonna do what I want you to do.
Like, yep, you're gonna do what I tell you.
Jesus,
It
just doesn't matter then.
You can
Maybe with
distrust me all
exposure
you
to
want.
people, he will get better. I hope.
Well, honestly, this is probably the calmest, like, obviously, you as characters haven't all seen the caretaker, but like above board, near the end, probably the calmest a lot of you guys have heard the caretaker.
No, legit though.
I will
Meanwhile,
know
I'm also
before-
thinking, like,
or while-
Evangeline just told me about these cool breathing techniques she has that'll really help you relax. Maybe that'll help.
While the fleshlings are sleeping, Dirt will collect all the water skins and use purify food and drink on them just in case, as well as conjuring water for it instead of collecting any anywhere.
Yeah.
Dirt is more than a fighter now.
He is.
He is.
He's, what was it, Eldritch Knight?
What are you, a cleric or something?
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
There's going to be interrogations later.
Oh, also, before we go, he's going to pray for sure.
Braxis has saved this man.
Before you were just like, I wonder if God's listening to you. Like, please, God, pick up. Holy
Braxis has
shit.
saved this man and now needs answers as to why.
Hey, so I'm about to step into shadow and you're a god of light. I'm gonna need some of that, please.
Go ahead and give me a religion check, my friend.
Well, it's gonna go bad. I'm so bad at these. But let's
Yep.
do it. Where is it? There you are. Fuck!
Not bad, not bad.
So
Nothing
close.
happens.
I know.
I'm gonna just cast out a religion check. Fuck it.
Yeah, sure.
Let's say
See how it goes.
everybody with religious shit before bed.
Jesus Christ.
Say your prayers.
Any of you who get a fucking religion check above a 20, I will talk with you later.
Alright, I got a 21.
Yep. I will hold on to you, unfortunate. Hey, wait a minute.
Digit's just trying. He's like,
Digit
please
is somehow
someone listen.
better at religion than Dirt is, which is fucking hilarious because it's an intelligence check.
He doesn't know why everybody is like
I
doing this thing.
really-
He's like, what is this prayer thing?
Really
Everyone
hate
believes-
that.
What is happening?
It's an intelligence check. I feel like so many of these checks should be wisdom instead of intelligence.
You put too many points into strength, man. You didn't put enough into faith.
I do find
I
it
didn't
fast,
put that many
very
into
much
strength.
entertaining how you put proficiency in stealth, though, to really try to fight your disadvantage.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I knew I would have disadvantage. I didn't even fight that shit.
Oh shit! You know what I could do for you? I'll just make you a ghillie suit.
God. Can you believe this shit, Prayer? Even with a 14, you just, for a split second, you feel the feeling of like, damn, right? Like,
That carries the same energy as fucking Nadpod with fucking moonshine. Fucking Melora, help me, God.
cool. Yeah, so Veraxis, I will speak with you later. I won't hold everybody here for more fucking stuff. This session has gone on long enough.
Yeah, it's 1 in the
It's
morning.
1
I'm
a.m.
tired.
It's been. God, what?
It's been a session.
Yeah.
And we didn't have to fight anything this time.
You didn't have to fight anything, just your inner
We
demons.
might have to fight something next time.
When I say every session, you're fighting something. It's
5.5
either enemies or
hours.
it's your inner enemies.
We might have to help fight something next time.
Cool. Yeah.
That was awesome.
Oh, that's why my background is like I didn't purposely put it in there. Then I realized skill proficiencies for my background are stealth and survival.
I feel like
So
it would
that's
be.
why.
I feel like it would be advantageous to help them though for the Abeloth.
Now,
Might
what
make 'em
would
like
be
us more.
cool, and I was having this thought as Esteban was getting his upgrade. Your
Nice
wording
stream.
Good night.
was. Oh, yeah.